Chapter 2093. The mace in the old man's hand was a Renhuang divine weapon. Everyone was shocked to the extreme. No wonder the Central State Immortal Mansion was so confident when facing the four divine weapons. A Renhuang divine weapon. In the southern sky, a mysterious person shrouded in black and white Yinchi muttered. Two bright eyes could be seen through the black and white Yinchi. Damn it. So what if it's a Renhuang divine weapon? With your cultivation, it's impossible for you to unleash the true might of a Renhuang. The golden-haired old man's body was surrounded by golden light. The golden divine light was like a golden divine fire rising from his body, illuminating the entire world in a golden color. He tore off the golden battle intent that had been blasted into tatters by the heavenly lightning. He held the golden spear in his hand. Runes appeared on the spear and his naked upper body. If one looked closely, they would discover that the golden runes on the old man's body were of the same origin as the runes on the golden spear in his hand. This was how terrifying the Gold Clan was. This clan had once been extremely prosperous and produced countless peerless figures. Even the Ziyun clan had to retreat to the south. The old man, Huang Tian, was one of the most powerful people in the Gold Clan. Come on, let me see how powerful your so-called human emperor divine weapon is. The bare-chested, golden-haired old man held a golden spear in his hand as he approached the white-robed old man step by step. Extremely powerful metal elemental energy surged from his body. Pitch-black spatial cracks continuously appeared in the space around him. At this moment, he was like a golden god of war from ancient times, making one's heart palpitate. The Gold Clan is indeed extraordinary. Above the western sky, a white-haired young man was holding a large seal that radiated white divine light in his hand. He watched this scene quietly. At their level of cultivation, they would no longer bother to team up against an opponent of the same level as them. After all, even ancient saints had their own pride. The white-haired young man had a monstrous demonic aura around him. The image of a white tiger could be vaguely seen on the seal in his hand. In the eastern sky, there was an old monk sitting on a golden lotus platform. Above the old monk's head, there were 3 sarairas that emitted boundless Buddhist light. The shadow of the great Buddha appeared indistinctly on the old monk. This old monk was one of the ancient Buddhist saints of the Easter Rival Sacred Order. Only such an ancient Buddhist saint could use the Buddha Saraira left behind by the Buddhist Lord's eldest disciple, Nirvana. The 3 great experts stood guard high up in the sky, watching. None of them had any intention of making a move. Meanwhile, in the Central Prefecture Immortal Mansion, the old prefecture master of the Central Prefecture did not make a move. All the disciples of the Central Prefecture Immortal Mansion were hiding in the Ancestral Court. Central Continent Immortal Manor's Ancestral Court was extremely unordinary. Chaotic energy surged there, and a wave of energy that made even the hearts of experts tremble spread out, making everyone feel apprehension. There's something strange about that place. The people who attacked were all the strongest existences in the world. Their gazes were very vicious. The vision of the ancestral court of the Central Province made them feel uneasy. The ancestral court of the Central Province Immortal Mansion most likely hid a great weapon of the Central Province Immortal Mansion. At that moment, the golden-haired old man and the white-robed old man had already begun fighting. Having undone the first seal, the golden-haired old man was extremely ferocious, constantly clashing with the white-robed old man. Clang! The golden-haired old man swung the golden spear in his hand and smashed it towards the white-robed old man. The 2 of them had been opponents since ancient times. This time, when they fought again, there would definitely be a winner and a loser. The white-robed old man raised the divine mace in his hand and blocked the golden spear that was smashing down. Kill! The white-robed old man roared, and a powerful force exploded from the divine mace in his hand. The power of Renhuang was vast, and it directly shook off the golden spear. The golden-haired old man only felt a great force coming from his hand, and he could not help but fly back hundreds of feet. His hands that were holding the golden spear were bleeding. Virum. The golden spear in the golden-haired old man's hand vibrated. After the spear absorbed the old man's golden blood essence, the mark of the great path within it began to awaken. An even more powerful metal element power emanated from the golden spear. Golden dragon flurry. The golden-haired old man waved the spear in his hand, and 9 golden dragons rushed out from his hand. The golden spear turned into 9 dragon shadows, and they rushed towards the white-robed old man. Every golden dragon was like a real golden dragon that had descended to the world, and they emanated powerful metal element power. The 9 golden dragons merely pounced and shattered the space in front of them. The powerful force spread out. Even though there was the power of the great path in the central plain's divine abode to suppress all sides, many mountains still collapsed. Lawless, the white-robed old man shouted, and a terrifying force exploded from his body. With him as the center, the force spread out in an instant, opening up a space around the old man. It was as if a world had appeared out of thin air. The 9 golden dragons instantly rushed into the space that the white-robed old man had opened up with his supreme magic. The dazzling golden light on the 9 golden dragons immediately dimmed. Then a shocking scene appeared. The 9 golden dragons rapidly disintegrated in the space around the white-robed old man, turning into specks of golden spiritual light, and finally dissipated in the space. This is the 3 experts watching the battle from high up in the sky couldn't help but be shocked at this scene. Lawless indeed. The great art that the golden-haired old man had used was actually nullified just like that. The secret art of returning truth? How is this possible? Up in the southern sky, the mysterious man, shrouded in black and white yin and yang energy, felt his heart pounding. The magic that the white-robed old man had used was extremely similar to the secret art of returning truth, one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. You've cultivated the myriad demon transformation art. The golden-haired old man was shocked to see his great art nullified by his opponent. He then shouted at the white-robed old man. The myriad demon transformation art was a supreme magic of the demonic sections. When cultivated to the great completion level, it could dissolve all the energy in the world. However, it was a demonic art that harmed others without benefiting oneself. It could only dissolve the vitality of one's opponent and could not absorb it. The myriad demon transformation art was such a magic. Humph! The white-robed old man didn't say anything. He simply pressed towards the golden-haired old man. His entire being was like a demonic nest that could devour everything in the world, constantly devouring the surrounding spiritual energy. Wasn't this demonic magic lost long ago? How is this possible? The crowd was shocked to hear the golden-haired old man's words, especially the old monk from the eastern arrival Holy Land. He frowned. This demonic art was too harmful to the harmony of the world, and it had once caused a storm of blood on the ancestral star of Bujo. Chapter 2094. Whoosh! Golden light flashed, and the golden spear in the old man's hand was thrust forward. The sound of the spear scraping against the air was heard. The power of metal on the old man's body gathered on the spear. The powerful force pierced through the air and stabbed at the center of the space that was covered by the all-melting demonic power. At that moment, even the old man in white's all-melting demonic power was unable to completely dissolve the power on the golden spear. Clang! The old man in white swung the mace in his hand. The powerful impact caused the old man to feel pain in his hands, which were holding the spear tightly. While the old man was unable to unleash the full power of the Runhuang divine weapon, the mace was still a Runhuang divine weapon after all. The power contained in the mace was too great. Damn! Kill him! The golden-robed elder wielded his spear, and his entire body was covered in golden Tao patterns. He charged into the void around the white-robed elder. Boom! The space shook. The golden patterns on the old man's body shone with golden light. The all-melting demonic power was activated on the old man in white, trying to dissolve the old man's primordial chi. Specks of golden light floated out of the old man's body. The power of metal on his body was constantly being worn away by the all-melting demonic power, but the process was very slow. At that moment, the old man with the golden spear in his hand had already reached the old man in white. Roar! The old man with the golden hair roared. He poured all the power in his body into the golden spear in his hand. In an instant, the seal of the great path contained in the peerless divine weapon was activated. It was completely awakened. Rumble! An earth-shattering sage-level power erupted from the golden spear. Countless golden Tao patterns flowed around the spear like tiny golden ancestral dragons. Roar! A dragon's roar was heard in the air. Then, the entire spear turned into a dazzling golden dragon and shot into the sky. It broke through the all-melting demonic power around the old man in white in an instant. The void was being annihilated, and the golden spear seemed to have gained a life of its own. It turned into a golden dragon, and a terrifying draconic might filled the air, shaking the world. The white-robed old man was sent flying by the sudden burst of power from the golden spear. He spat out a mouthful of blood. If it wasn't for the divine light that enveloped him at the critical moment, he would have already died. Buzz! In the face of the massive impact from the golden spear, the rapier in the white-robed old man's hand erupted with even more powerful energy ripples. An illusory figure appeared from the divine Jian. It was as tall as a mountain and emitted an extremely oppressive aura. It was as if a supreme being from ancient times had descended to this part of the world. The golden dragon, formed by the golden spear, seemed to be afraid of that figure. It retreated into the distance, not daring to approach that blurry figure. The deity in the human emperor's divine weapon has awakened. High up in the air outside the central prefecture, the three experts were all incomparably shocked. The divine truncheon floated in the air as a mountain-like silhouette appeared in the air. Everyone could feel the immense pressure from that illusory figure. Kill! The white-robed old man roared. The huge figure that stood in the sky moved. The blurry figure seemed to be holding a long weapon in its hand as it smashed towards the golden-robed old man. Boom! The powerful force caused the space around the golden-robed old man to be destroyed. The illusory figure displayed a terrifying might that could destroy the heavens and earth. It was truly unimaginable. Without any suspense, even with the awakened golden spear protecting him, the golden-robed old man was still smashed into the void. Too strong! Everyone was shocked when they saw this. The awakened human emperor's divine weapon was actually this terrifying. No wonder the white-robed old man dared to say that he could kill all the invaders. The ancient human emperors were comparable to supreme beings. Even though the human emperor's divine weapon wasn't a supreme divine weapon, its power wasn't much weaker than a true supreme divine weapon. However, this was definitely not the true power of the human emperor's divine weapon. Even though it had awakened, the power it could unleash was still limited. If the human emperor's divine weapon had unleashed its full power just now, the golden-robed old man would have been killed even with the divine weapon protecting him. Even so, the golden-robed old man was only left with half his life after receiving the attack from the illusory figure. He was severely injured and his golden body was on the verge of collapsing. Whoosh! A dragon protecting the golden-robed old man broke through the void and flew into the sky, disappearing into the dark sky in an instant. The golden-robed old man ran away, not daring to fight anymore. You're lucky to run away. The white-robed old man wanted to kill the golden-robed old man, but the golden-robed old man saw that the situation wasn't right and ran away immediately. Right at this moment, a Buddhist chant resounded from high above in the east, and then a vast and boundless fluctuation of Buddhist energy swept out. Boom, boom, boom. The three relics floating above the old man's head emitted an infinite amount of golden light. Similarly, a giant silhouette appeared in the sky. Everyone's expression changed when they sensed the shocking Buddhist energy coming from the golden Buddha. This was a power no weaker than the human emperor's divine weapon. Could it be that these three Arhat relics were really left behind by the eldest disciple of the ancient Buddhist lord after he underwent nirvana? One should know that only the relics left behind by the ancient Buddha's first disciple had the power to fight against the human emperor's divine weapon. Legend had it that the ancient Buddha's first disciple's cultivation level was close to the ancient Buddha's. Even though he couldn't truly cultivate the Supreme Buddha's body, his cultivation level was comparable to the human emperor. One should know that the ancient Buddha's first disciple was the second most powerful person in the Buddhist school. Tianmeng, do you really want to risk your life? The white-robed old man sensed the boundless and peaceful Buddhist energy and couldn't help but be moved. Then he shouted at the old monk in the east. Monk Tianmeng was an ancient Buddhist saint in the Eastern Holy Land. He had a very high status in the Buddhist school. This time, someone invited this old Buddhist saint. The white-robed old man obviously knew about Monk Tianmeng's background. Amit Ba, killing demons and protecting the Tao has always been the Buddhist school's aim. I didn't think, sitting on the golden lotus, Monk Tianmeng sighed and put his palms together. He shook his head as if it was a pity. The reappearance of the 1,000 demonic art was definitely not a good thing. Chapter 2095. The ancestral star of Buzhou was once inhabited by demons, but there were at least 2 supremes there, and all the demons were wiped out by violet cloud supremes and golden supremes. During the long years of the supremes' disappearance, the demonic sect had migrated to the ancestral star of Buzhou from other planets with life, triggering the root of the chaos in the ancestral star of Buzhou. The arrival of the demonic sect caused turmoil in the ancestral star of Buzhou every once in a while, and each time, the entire ancestral star of Buzhou would be plunged into a storm of blood. Thus, the powerful forces of the ancestral star of Buzhou joined forces to besiege the demonic sect and finally killed their sect master in the depths of the endless sea. Since then, there was no demonic sect in the ancestral star of Buzhou. However, at this time, the supreme cultivation method of the demonic sect appeared in the hands of a self-proclaimed saint in the immortal abode of the central province, which made it hard for everyone to be confident. Since ancient times, Buddhism and demonic sect had been irreconcilable. When the demonic sect was besieged, the Eastern Holy Land was one of the main forces, and in that battle, even a Buddhist saint who had become a saint in ancient times had fallen in the depths of the endless sea. Amit Ba, Lord, you really shouldn't have cultivated the cultivation method of the demonic path. Monk Tianmeng sat cross-legged on the golden lotus throne, his entire body radiating boundless Buddhist light. A huge Buddha shadow loomed over him, emanating a vast Buddhist power. You're really pedantic, Big Baldy. What is a demon and what is a god? If a demon has the heart of a god, he is a god, and if a god has the heart of a demon, he is a demon. The voice of the white-robed old man came from the immortal abode of the central province. Although it was not loud, the cultivators within 100,000 miles could hear it. Could you be the demon body and Buddha heart? In the southern sky, the mysterious figure shrouded in black and white Yin-Yang Chi said disdainfully, "What demon? What god?" They were all T. In the world of cultivation, only power mattered. If the demon race was strong enough, the demon race would be ruling the Buzhou ancestral star right now. Unfortunately, the purple cloud sovereign was too powerful in the past. It was impossible for the demon race to exist in the Buzhou ancestral star. Who are you? Hiding your head, but showing your tail. Looks like you're also a shady fellow. The white-robed old man held the divine mace in his hand. His eyes were as sharp as blades as he looked toward the sky in the south. With the Ren Huang divine weapon in his hand, he was confident that he could defeat everything. Big Baldy, if you're not going to make a move, then I will. That mysterious, powerful being in the south didn't answer the old man in white. Instead, a pair of eyes shot out from the Yin and Yang Qi toward Monk Tianmeng in the east. Amitabha Buddhist Lord, since Benefactor wishes to subdue the demon, please do so. This old monk will give this great merit to Benefactor. Monk Tianmeng put his palms together and said, "This Big Baldy is very cunning." A chuckle came from the western sky. What great merit! It was all bullshit. The old monk saw that Yi Futian had a Run Huang divine weapon and was not easy to deal with. That was why he said that. No need to be so long-winded. The three of you can come at me together. After defeating Old Man Huang Tian of the Gold Clan, the white-robed old man's confidence swelled. He was confident that with the human sovereign divine weapon in his hand, it would be enough to sweep away these three intruders. Who do you think you are? I alone am enough to kill you. At that moment, the mysterious person in the southern sky took a step and directly entered the Central Plains' divine residence. His speed was so fast that everyone's heart skipped a beat. The 9 pillars of fire were still sealing the area, but the 9 dragons' divine fire shield that was broken by the mysterious person's sword still hadn't been repaired. There was still a gap that was thousands of feet long on the fire shield. The chief of the Central Plains' divine residence wanted to repair the gap, but he was shocked to find that the gap couldn't be repaired in a short time. Humph, you want to be a hero, but most heroes don't live long. You're the same. The white-robed old man pressed towards the mysterious person with the divine mace in his hand. A powerful Runhuang power emanated from the divine mace in his hand, causing the entire world to tremble. The Runhuang was the supreme of the human race. The human sovereign divine weapon refined by such an existence was comparable to a real extreme path sacred weapon. What was more terrifying was that there was a deity within the human sovereign divine weapon. Once the deity within the divine weapon was awakened, it would be equivalent to the arrival of the human sovereign, capable of sweeping away everything. This was not a lie. Something like this had happened before in history. The deity within a human sovereign divine weapon had been awakened and annihilated a super force. However, with the white-robed old man's cultivation, it was impossible for him to completely awaken the deity within the human sovereign divine weapon. Even so, there weren't many on Buzhou Ancestral Star who could suppress him. I'll definitely live longer than you. Yin and Yang intertwined on the mysterious person's body as he spoke, coldly. There was a chilling, murderous intent in his words. This person actually cultivated the infinite demon transformation art. Damn it. There were also demons on the soaring dragon ancestral star that cultivated the infinite demon transformation art. Could there be a connection between the two? The soaring dragon ancestral star was different from the Buzhou ancestral star. There was a demon ancestor in the soaring dragon ancestral star. Even the legendary extreme path supremes couldn't annihilate all the supremes of the demons. One should know that some of the supremes of the demons were definitely not weaker than the extreme path supremes. Boom! A great battle broke out. The white-robed old man moved the human sovereign divine weapon in his hand. The entire void in front of him was directly annihilated, displaying his supreme strength. As expected of the human sovereign divine weapon, it's indeed monstrous. In the western sky, the ancient demon of the demon race with the white tiger seal in his hand had a gloomy expression. The middle state immortal abode actually had a human sovereign divine weapon. If he had known beforehand, he wouldn't have acted so easily. Even Huang Tian of the Gold family was beaten half to death by the human sovereign divine weapon and had no choice but to flee. Huang Tian's cultivation was definitely not below his. The white-haired ancient demon looked at the battle in front of him and pondered. The mysterious person was an expert invited by the little girl of the Gold family. The ancient demon really wanted to know if this mysterious person could really suppress the white-robed old man. Rumble, the yin and yang qi intertwined. A black and white yin-yang pattern appeared between the sky and the earth. The divine pattern broke through the chaos and displayed great power. It actually directly faced the human sovereign divine weapon. Buzz! The void in the sky shook. The Ren Huang divine weapon in the hands of the white-robed old man hit the yin-yang pattern. The powerful Ren Huang power shook the yin-yang pattern violently, as if it would collapse in the next moment. So strong, the human sovereign divine weapon really lives up to its name. The mysterious person quickly retreated. The yin-yang pattern retracted and protected the mysterious person. Yes, seeing that his attack actually didn't break the yin-yang pattern, the white-robed old man was shocked. What kind of magic was that? It could actually reduce the power of his attack by 70 to 80%. Just now, when the white-robed old man's divine mace hit the yin-yang pattern, it felt as if it had hit a ball of cotton. There was a feeling of not being able to exert any force. The white-robed old man knew that the other party had directed his power to another place. This magic was definitely not simple to be able to reduce the power of the human sovereign divine weapon. This made the white-robed old man have no choice but to be cautious and treat this mysterious opponent in front of him seriously. Kill! The white-robed old man directly chased after the mysterious person. An even more powerful Ren Huang power burst out of the divine mace in his hand. On the divine mace, there were Ren Huang patterns vaguely appearing. Bang! The white-robed old man struck with the divine mace, and the void in front of him was immediately destroyed. The supreme power of Ren Huang shattered everything, and nothing could be preserved. Clang! At this moment, a palm appeared in front of the Ren Huang divine weapon. Then, the palm directly hit the Ren Huang divine weapon, making a metallic sound. What? Everyone was stunned when they saw the scene. There was actually someone who used his flesh and blood to resist the Ren Huang divine weapon. Was this person crazy? This was too unbelievable. However, what was truly shocking was that this person's palm had actually blocked the attack from the human emperor's divine weapon. It was a purplish golden palm. On the purple gold palm, there was a kind of metallic luster flowing. The owner of the palm was the mysterious person. How is this possible? The white-robed old man only felt a strong force coming from the opponent's palm. Then his entire body was shaken by this force, and he was forced to retreat. What kind of magic is this? I've never seen or heard of it before, the white-haired ancient demon said to himself. The white-haired ancient demon muttered to himself. He had already traversed the world since ancient times and made quite a name for himself. He had seen many things, but even he couldn't tell what kind of sacred art this was, fusing the divine weapon into the body. In the eastern sky, monk Tianming, who was sitting on the golden lotus platform, saw something with his eyes of wisdom, but he was not too sure. One had to know that only another Ren Huang divine weapon, or a supreme divine weapon refined by an ancient supreme being, could compete with a Ren Huang divine weapon. Could this mysterious person actually have a Ren Huang divine weapon or a supreme divine weapon? Monk Tianming's eyes lit up. This kind of magic was really crazy. Fusing the weapon into the body, making a certain part of the body have all the characteristics of the divine weapon. This was simply a divine weapon in human form. You also have a Ren Huang divine weapon. The white-robed old man steadied himself. He only felt a numbness in his right hand that was holding the divine mace, which surprised him. No wonder this guy was so fearless. So this was the reason. Since ancestral Bujo star had produced a supreme being, then there must be a lot of human emperors who are weaker than the supreme being. Furthermore, the number of human emperors that had appeared on ancestral Bujo star was more than that of a supreme being. Humph! The mysterious person did not say anything. He directly charged at the white-robed old man and threw a purple gold fist at the white-robed old man. The extremely ferocious fist force made it difficult for the white-robed old man to breathe. He was shocked and angry at the same time. He quickly retreated and struck forward with the divine mace in his hand. Boom! Chapter 2096. How is this possible? The white-robed elder wielding the human emperor divine weapon was actually sent flying by a single punch from the mysterious person. This scene shocked everyone. Even the white-robed elder himself was in disbelief. One must know that he wielded the human emperor divine weapon. Ordinary saint weapons would not be able to go against the human emperor divine weapon, unless the opponent also wielded the human emperor divine weapon or the legendary supreme divine weapon. How well fought! In the western sky, the ancient demon with the white tiger seal laughed out loud. Then, with a flash, he entered the middle ground immortal mansion through the gap in the fire screen formed by the 9-dragon divine fire pillar. This is an internal matter of the human race. It has nothing to do with the demon race. The middle ground immortal mansion master could no longer sit still. He went up to the white-haired ancient demon, and a powerful sage aura spread out from his body. Hee, but someone asked me to take action. The white-haired ancient demon said. Preposterous. The middle ground immortal mansion master's expression changed. Those people actually colluded with the ancient demon race. This was a huge taboo in the human cultivation world. In order to destroy the middle ground immortal mansion, these people really did not care about anything. Kill. There was nothing more to be said. The central state old prefecture master let out a furious roar and stretched out his right hand to grab the white-haired ancient demon. In his palm, a Tao pattern appeared faintly, turning into a black hole. A heaven-devouring force surged out from the black hole and tried to devour the white-haired ancient demon. Inner world. The white-haired ancient demon's eyes lit up. As long as one became a sage, they would be able to open up their own inner world. This was a technique of the sage that could split the heavens and earth. For cultivators below the sage level, even if they were a great completion quasi-sage, it would still depend on fate if they wanted to open up their own inner world. Just like Gufei, the middle ground immortal mansion master wanted to suck the white-haired ancient demon into his inner world and suppress him. 1. The white tiger seal in the white-haired ancient demon's hand vibrated. A shadow of a white tiger appeared on the seal. The ferocious aura of the white tiger surged out and blocked the devouring power from the middle ground immortal mansion master's palm. Bang! The white tiger seal shot up into the sky from the white-haired ancient demon's hand. It emitted a terrifying aura that shook the heavens. Instantly, it became as huge as a mountain and suppressed the middle ground immortal mansion master. Humph! The chief dodged in an instant, then activated the 9 dragons' pillar of heavenly fire. 9 fiery dragons appeared on the pillar, then charged at the chief. The power of the dragons was vast and mighty, and the crack in the sky was actually gradually mending itself. Go! The 9 fire dragons rushed towards the white tiger seal that came crashing down from the sky, and the 2 powerful divine path powers clashed together. The fire dragons battled the white tiger, and the terrifying power shattered the sky. 9 dragon shadows rushed out of the 9 dragons' heavenly fire pillar, and a white tiger rushed out of the white tiger seal. The power of the 9 dragons and the white tiger were evenly matched. This white tiger seal is also an immortal, reverent, grade, divine artifact. The middle state, Old Manor Lord, was incomparably shocked. The white tiger seal in Gufei's hand was even more powerful than he had imagined. This demonic artifact was most likely a demonic artifact refined by an ancient fae, Venerable. Schwa. Just as the middle prefecture old prefecture master and the white-haired ancient demon were facing off, a golden figure descended from the sky and entered the middle prefecture immortal abode. Heading straight for the ancestral court deep within the middle prefecture immortal abode. You big baldy, you really want to take advantage of me again. Seeing this, the white-haired ancient demon put away the white tiger seal that was confronting the 9 dragons and instantly retreated 10 miles away, avoiding the range of the 9 dragons' power. Roar! the white-haired, ancient demon retreated. The middle state old manor lord immediately let out a furious roar and rushed towards the golden figure with earth-shattering, murderous intent. The ancestral court could not be lost. One should know that the most important items of the Middle Prefecture Immortal Abode were all stored in the ancestral court. The Middle Prefecture Immortal Abode had ruled the Middle Prefecture for countless years, and the ancestral court of the Middle Prefecture Immortal Abode was definitely a super divine treasury. Divine treasures of this level would make even the old antiques who had become saints covet them. Boom! Boundless Buddha power erupted. The 9 fire dragons collided with the 3 Buddha relics, causing a deafening explosion. Monk Tianmeng had no choice but to stop. Haha, Big Baldy, it won't be that easy to take advantage of me. The white-haired ancient demon laughed and rushed towards the ancestral court. He wanted to be the first to enter the ancestral court and take away the treasures that the Middle Prefecture Immortal Abode had collected over the years. What a cunning old demon! Monk Tianmeng couldn't help but be moved. But at this moment he was entangled by the Middle State Old Manor Lord and couldn't extricate himself. The Middle State Old Manor Lord was the same. The 2 experts were fighting with all their strength, and he couldn't extricate himself. He could only watch as the ancient demon rushed towards the ancestral court. Bang! The ancient demon was about to rush into the ancestral court. But at this moment, the ancient demon seemed to have collided with an invisible wall and was sent flying. In the void in front of the ancient demon, chaotic chi flashed and disappeared. As expected, he's not simple. The white-haired ancient demon was shocked. He had already expected such a situation. As a superforce, it would be strange if the ancestral court could be entered so easily. Go! The white-haired ancient demon waved his hand, and the white tiger seal rushed out. A white tiger shadow wrapped around the seal and emitted a terrifying might as it rushed forward. Boom! It was as if a real white tiger was attacking the seal. The entire central plains Immortal Manor shook. Under the powerful impact, a circular dome of the sky appeared in the sky. It was a dome of primordial chaos condensed from primordial chaos energy. Damn, so he had a backup plan. The white-haired ancient demon seemed to have noticed something, and his expression changed. In the end, the white tiger seal failed to break the seal and flew back. Even a demon artifact, refined by an ancient demon, couldn't break the seal. It was enough to show how powerful the seal was. Haha! You want to obtain the ancient road of the human race? Dream on! The Middle State Old Manor Lord laughed. The ancient road of the human race was in the ancestral court. The most outstanding talents of the Middle State Immortal Mansion were hiding in the desolate little world. As long as no one could break the seal, the foundation of the Middle State Immortal Mansion would still exist. This is bad. Monk Tianmeng couldn't help but be moved. The reason why they joined forces was for the ancient road of the human race and the divine treasures that the Middle State Immortal Mansion had accumulated for countless years. At this time, the seal had already recovered. Chaotic Tao patterns interweaved, and the chaotic sky actually showed signs of entering the chaotic void. Roar. Chapter 2097. The Golden Giant is bigger than a mountain. Take a step more than 1,000 Lihi's whole body shone with golden light, illuminating the whole world. Terrifying power. It caused all living things within a radius of 100,000 miles to tremble. You can't even deal with a tiny central province immortal estate? That kid Huang Tian is really a piece of trash. There was a loud noise. The Golden Giant spoke. The sound shook heaven and earth. Even the white-haired ancient demon and the others couldn't help but be moved. This giant is very strong. He was definitely stronger than that Huang Tian from the Gold family. Besides, this Golden Giant actually called Huang Tian a brat? Could it be that this person's seniority in the Huang Jin family is even higher than Huang Tian? Very soon the crowd noticed. This Golden Giant, not really flesh and blood, Instead, it was an incredibly realistic shadow. Everyone was shocked beyond words. This was a silhouette formed by the metal elemental energy that emanated from the body of a silver-haired youth. The silver-haired youth walked over step by step. Soon, they arrived at the middle prefecture immortal abode. Chaos barrier. Trying to run away? The silver-haired youth could tell at a glance. The ancestral court of the central province immortal mansion wanted to escape into the primordial chaos. That's not a good thing. If the ancestral court of the central province immortal mansion escapes, this is bound to be a disaster. You know, the foundation of the central province immortal mansion is in the ancestral court. No one knew that they had disappeared into the chaos. Can I return? Once returned to all the major forces on the ancestral star Boujoet must be a great threat. Rumble, boundless golden light, rushed out from the silver-haired youth's outstretched right hand. A giant golden hand blotted out the sky and covered the earth. It directly grabbed at the chaotic sky in the depths of the central province immortal abode. It wanted to grab the entire sky. Everyone was taken aback. This person's appetite was too big, overbearing to the extreme. They actually wanted to take away the entire ancestral court of the central prefecture. Is that even possible, Humph? Acting recklessly, central province, old manor master sneered. At this moment, he had already separated from the old monk Tianming. Watched the scene with cold eyes. He didn't try to stop it. Buzz! Just as the giant golden hand was about to grab the primal chaos in the heavens. In the sky of primal chaos 9 chaos divine swords, he slashed at the golden hand. The power of chaos was vast and mighty. The 9 chaos divine swords contained immense power of the great path. Every divine sword can cut through the void. To cut down everything displayed great power. The 9 chaos divine swords slashed at the golden hand. The sonorous clanging continued without end, actually forced the golden hand to retreat. The silver-haired youth saw this, very surprised. He didn't expect the primal chaos boundary to be so powerful. Could it be that this chaos enchantment, it was actually laid down by a supreme being at the level of a Renhuang? Die. At this very momenta, loud shout came from the distant sky. A huge hand came down from the sky. A white figure fell from the sky. Drops of blood fell from the sky. What? Everyone was shocked. At this moment, the battle between the mysterious man and the white-robed old man had already been decided. The mysterious man was incomparably powerful. He displayed supreme combat power. He actually defeated the white-robed old man with the Renhuang divine weapon. How is this possible? Central Province Old Manor Master was dumbfounded. He knew very well how powerful the white-robed old man was. He held the Renhuang divine weapon. Even he was not a match for him. But now, the number 1 person in the central prefecture immortal mansion, he actually lost to a mysterious man. The white-robed old man fell from the sky. He smashed into the ground. Dust flew everywhere. He was completely defeated. His opponent was simply a Renhuang divine weapon in human form. No killing technique could hurt him at all. He used the power of his physical body to clash with the divine mace in his hand. He could actually fuse the Renhuang divine weapon into his body. He was really abnormal. The white-robed old man's divine mace had been snatched away. Without the divine mace, he was like a faungless beast. He couldn't be fierce anymore. Nothing is impossible. The mysterious man took a step forward. He directly arrived in front of the chaotic sky. Kill. Central Province Old Manor Master was anxious. He defeated the white-robed old man with the Renhuang divine weapon. Then it was very likely that this mysterious man could break through the chaotic barrier. Buzz. Just as the Central Province Old Manor Master shouted, the 9 pillars of fire around the central prefecture immortal mansion trembled. The endless power of the Saint Tao was vast and mighty. 9 pillars of fire soared into the sky. They turned into 9 raging, true fire dragons. They charged towards the mysterious man. These were not illusions. They were real earth fire true dragons. The 9 pillars of divine fire had transformed into a huge dragon with form and substance. Above each dragon, there was a monstrous divine fire. It engulfed the other 3 experts. 1 against 4. This guy is crazy. The white-haired ancient demon shouted. The Central Province Old Manor Master's actions were too crazy. He actually wanted to fight against 4 experts who were no weaker than him by himself. But just as the 9 raging true fire dragons rushed in front of him, the mysterious figure, shrouded in black and white yin-yang qi, had disappeared. Roar. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the Central Province Old Manor Master turned red. He clearly saw that mysterious person actually tore a hole in the sky of the primal chaos. He entered the chaotic sky. How is this possible? The 3 great experts also noticed the scene, especially the silver-haired youth who had just arrived. They were even more shocked. There was actually someone stronger than him. He could actually easily break through the chaotic barrier. Whoosh! The silver-haired youth's figure disappeared into the void. The next moment, he appeared at the place where the mysterious man had disappeared. The speed. It was shocking. What's going on? The silver-haired youth was shocked. The crack that the mysterious man had opened had actually disappeared. The speed at which the primal chaos sky was repairing was truly shocking. Roar! At this moment, the dragon roar shook the heavens. Only then did the 9 dragons crash into him. However, the target of the 9 dragons had already become the silver-haired youth. Scram! The silver-haired youth was furious. A ball of golden light exploded from his body. The 9 dragons smashed into the ball of golden light. They were actually sent flying by the explosive power of the ball of golden light. This scene was simply too shocking. Clang! The silver-haired youth's body constantly emitted the sound of metal clashing. Rays of golden light flew out from his body. Then they turned into pieces of golden armor. They covered the silver-haired youth's body. Very quickly, a set of golden battle armor appeared on the silver-haired youth's body, an aura so powerful that it caused one's heart to palpitate. It emanated from the silver-haired youth's body. Roar! An enormous golden figure appeared from his body. The divine might of the human emperor was vast and mighty. Even the white-haired ancient demon old monk Tianming was shaken. Under this divine might. Chapter 2098. Clang! The silver-haired young man's body continued to ring as a golden battle suit quickly reassembled itself on his body. Soon, a shocking aura appeared in this part of the world. The Ren Huang battle suit. A vast and boundless Ren Huang aura emanated from the dazzling golden battle suit. At that moment, all living beings in the world trembled. It was as if an ancient Ren Huang had descended upon the land of the Zhong prefecture. Even the other 4 regions of the ancestral star of Buzhou had sensed it. Wow, those people are really daring. They're really making a move. Some people exclaimed, while some peerless cultivators came out of their seclusion and headed for Central Plains. The entire Buzhou ancestral star was alarmed, and no one knew how many super-old antiques had awakened from their slumber at that moment. The world is in chaos, the opportunity to become a saint, some people sighed. Kill. In front of the chaotic sky, the chief of Central Plains went all out, and the 9 earth fire dragon spirits in the 9 pillars of fire were completely awakened in an instant. Rumble. It was as if 9 earth fire dragons had appeared between heaven and earth. The draconic might spread for hundreds of thousands of miles, and countless living beings were trembling in fear. It was a fear that came from the depths of their souls. You're just 9 loaches, and you dare to show off in front of me? The silver-haired young man was extremely domineering, Before the 9 earth fire dragons could attack, he had already taken a step forward and shot into the sky, directly into the 9 dragons. Bang! With just one punch, a huge dragon was blasted apart by the ferocious power. It turned into specks of fire and sank into one of the 9 pillars of fire. Uft! The chief of Central Plains spat out a mouthful of blood. One of the 9 earth fire dragons had been shattered, which was a great shock to him. The 9 dragon pillar of heavenly fire had fused with his essence, chi, and spirit. The impact of the 9 dragon pillar of heavenly fire would also affect the chief of Central Plains. The silver-haired young man displayed his invincible might. He grabbed the tail of a dragon with both hands, swung the dragon up, and smashed it into the ground. Boom! The earth shook and dust rose high into the sky. The huge impact caused the ground to collapse, forming a huge bottomless pit. Die. The silver-haired youth waved his right hand, and a golden crescent-shaped blade of light immediately rushed out of his hand, chopping towards the huge dragon that was rushing out of the pit on the ground. Shwa! The crescent-shaped light blade struck head-on, directly cleaving the raging fire-true dragon's head in half. Roar! The dragon's soul let out a furious roar, turned into sparks of fire, and sank into a sky-reaching fire pillar. The dragon's soul was badly injured. The dragon was beaten back to its original form. The Central State Old Manor Master spat out another mouthful of blood, and his expression became weary. Next, it was time for the silver-haired young man to perform. The remaining 7 dragons were all beaten back to their original forms by him. There was no suspense. He was invincible in the Run Huang battle suit. Even Tian Meng of the East Coming Holy Land and Gu Yao of the Buzhou Demon Clan couldn't help but retreat into the distance. This silver-haired young man was truly terrifying. The Ren Huang battle robe seemed to have been revived on this silver-haired young man because the Ren Huang aura emanating from the Ren Huang battle robe was much stronger than the Ren Huang aura emanating from the old man's divine mace. The Gold family was really not simple. They actually had such a great treasure. After beating the small one, the big one jumped out. The Gold family's ferocious old man Huang Tian had been chased away, and now another monstrous fellow had appeared. It seemed that the Gold family was determined to destroy the Central State Manor. There were many powerful figures walking around the area where the Central State Manor was, but no one dared to approach it. The Ren Huang aura coming from the silver-haired young man intimidated everyone. Bang! The silver-haired young man only needed one punch to blow up the Central State Old Manor Master. The powerful force turned the Central State Old Manor Master's muscles, bones, and flesh into a bloody mist. There was no suspense. The Central State Old Manor Master was no match for the silver-haired young man. When the old man in white saw this, his eyes turned red. But he knew that even if he had the rapier, he wouldn't be a match for this person. Not to mention that his rapier had already been taken away by this mysterious person. Swoosh! The old man in white rose into the sky and tore the space apart. He wanted to escape. This person was very dangerous. If he didn't escape, he would probably die here. You think you can escape? The silver-haired young man sneered. Then he stretched out his right hand and pressed it towards the old man in white who had already escaped into the space. Bang! The void in front of his palm shook violently. Then the white-robed elder fell out of the void. Just like the old chief of the Central Prefecture, the white-robed elder who fell out of the void could not withstand the power of a Renhuang. He was directly shaken into a cloud of blood mist, his body and spirit destroyed. The powerful divine body couldn't withstand the power of a Renhuang at all. The difference was too great. One should know that if an ancient Renhuang wanted to kill a saint, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. After the silver-haired young man killed the Central State Old Manor Master and the old man in white, he glanced at Monk Tianmeng and the ancient demon, Saint Buzhou, in the sky. Then he once again came before the chaotic sky that covered the Central State Immortal Mansion's ancestral court. Buzz. Right at this moment, the chaos firmament suddenly started trembling. Then, with a swoosh, the gigantic chaos firmament actually disappeared. On the ground, there was only a huge circular crater. Seeing the scene, everyone was dumbfounded. Even the silver-haired young man was stunned. He didn't expect the chaotic sky to suddenly disappear at this time. Could it be that this barrier is actually being controlled by someone? The silver-haired young man's expression was very ugly. The disappearance of the chaotic sky meant that the plan they had prepared for so long didn't succeed. As long as the ancestral court of the Central State Immortal Mansion wasn't destroyed, the Central State Immortal Mansion wouldn't be destroyed. This was not a small matter. The foundation of the Central State Immortal Mansion was still there. They would come back sooner or later. Just when everyone was shocked by the sudden disappearance of the ancestral court of the Central State Immortal Mansion, the ancestral court of the Central State Immortal Mansion was already in a mess. In the ancestral court of the Central State Immortal Mansion, black and white yin and yang qi were vast and mighty. The mysterious person who had entered the ancestral court of the Central State Immortal Mansion was fighting with the experts of the ancestral court. Quickly, activate the killing formation and kill this person. Someone was shouting, and white silhouettes were moving quickly. Boom. Chapter 2099. Rumble, heaven and earth shook. Within the ancestral court of the Central Plains, countless runes of the Great Path were awakening. The power of the Great Path was vast and boundless. In the end, it turned into an unimaginably powerful force that rushed towards the mysterious man who had broken into the ancestral court. High up in the sky, the power of the various great paths intertwined and formed a terrible vortex. The huge vortex descended from the sky, emitting a destructive wave that would make even the saints who had sealed themselves shudder. But the mysterious man didn't care about all this. He rushed straight into the depths of the ancestral court and kept attacking, killing everyone who dared to stop him. He was invincible. The power of the various great paths had not yet been truly destroyed, but more than a dozen experts from the Central Plains had already been killed by the mysterious man. "Who are you?" White figures flashed, and more than a dozen powerful figures walked out from the depths of the ancestral court of the Central Plains. Every one of them had the aura of the divine path swirling around them. A total of 13 white-robed men walked out. 13 powerful auras fused together, forming a powerful aura that could even make a great perfection quasi-sage's heart palpitate. Although these 13 people seemed to be walking over casually, they had secretly taken their positions and formed a battle matrix. Once they started fighting, the battle matrix would be activated. This place isn't bad. I'm taking it. You can all scram now. Black and white yin qi surged, and illusory figures of yin and yang diagrams appeared on the mysterious man's body. It was as if the great path was rumbling inside his body, giving off an extremely powerful pressure. You, the leader of the group of people in white, couldn't help but change his expression. Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? Someone shouted. What place was this? This was the ancestral court of the Central Plains, a divine land that had been blessed by generations of experts from the Central Plains. Here, all kinds of great paths were resonating. The pitch-black vortex of destruction in the sky was descending. As long as the black vortex descended, this person would be completely destroyed. This was one of the great killing techniques of the ancestral court of the Central Plains. Very well, if you don't scram, then you don't have to. The mysterious man rushed forward and threw a punch. The powerful force immediately sent the leader flying, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Kill! The Central Plains was at a critical juncture. The people in white attacked with all their strength, and divine patterns of the great path appeared under their feet. Buzz! A light shield rushed out from the ground and shrouded the mysterious man in it. Clang! The power of over a dozen white-robed experts fused together, transforming into 9 heavenly swords that descended from the sky, directly piercing towards the mysterious man who was enveloped by the light barrier. Wu Daoyi, one of the 3 sons of the Middle Province, was among the 13. These 13 people were the most outstanding disciples of the younger generation in the Middle Province, Immortal Manor. These people hid in the ancestral court of the Central Plains. The legacy of the Central Plains' immortal abode could not be severed. These people were the future hope of the Central Plains' immortal abode. However, as the saying goes, man proposes, God disposes. No one had expected that someone would be able to break through the primal chaos boundary and enter the ancestral court of the Central Prefecture. Shwa, 9 heavenly swords emitting terrifying power pierced through the layer of light that enveloped the mysterious man and pierced towards him. The chilling sword chi caused the surrounding temperature to drop rapidly. What happened next shocked everyone to the extreme. The mysterious person did not resist the 9 celestial swords at all. Instead, he allowed the 9 celestial swords to strike him. What made everyone's hair stand on end was that the 9 celestial swords could not pierce into the mysterious man's body. Such a strong physical body, how is this possible? Even a saint's holy body would be injured by such an attack. Just as everyone was feeling indescribably shocked, the mysterious man suddenly raised his head to the sky and roared angrily. A powerful force erupted from his body. Bang! The 9 heavenly swords that struck the mysterious person were shattered by the supreme power that erupted from the mysterious person's body. They turned into specks of light and dissipated into the void. Boom! At the same time, the mysterious man's power spread out. Even the light shield that trapped him exploded. The 13 people working together could not trap him. Roar! I'm not resigned to this. 13 of the most outstanding up-and-coming talents from the Central Province Immortal Mansion were sent flying by a powerful force. Each of them had suffered a great impact and had basically lost all their combat strength. There was really no one who could stop the footsteps of this mysterious person. The ancestral court of the Central Plains Immortal Manor was related to the inheritance of the Central Plains Immortal Manor. Once the ancestral court was breached, the Central Plains Immortal Manor would really be destroyed. As a superforce that had existed for countless years, the destruction of the Central Plains Immortal Manor was definitely the most influential thing that had happened on the ancestral star since the destruction of the untainted world in ancient times. Young man, where possible, one should forgive and forget. Just as the mysterious man was about to continue into the depths of the ancestral court of the Central Plains, an old voice suddenly rang out from the depths of the ancestral court. It's the ancestor. Hearing this voice, the disciples of the Central Plains Immortal Manor were surprised and overjoyed. The ancestor of the Central Plains Immortal Manor was very mysterious. Even the core disciples of the Central Plains Immortal Manor had never seen this ancestor. They only knew from the old sect master and the white-robed old man that an ancestor of the Central Plains Immortal Manor was sleeping in the ancestral court. There are still some old farts in the Central Plains Immortal Manor who haven't made a move yet. The mysterious man stopped. He sensed a powerful aura awakening in the depths of the ancestral court of the Central Plains Immortal Manor. This aura made him feel danger. Rumble! At this time, the pitch-black vortex in the sky had already pressed down. The power of destruction was vast and mighty, and the entire ancestral court of the Central Plains was shaking. Young man, if you retreat now, it's not too late. The old voice rang out again. Ha! Suddenly, the mysterious man burst into laughter. If you tell me to retreat, then I will. The mysterious man's words were extremely cold. Since he had already broken into this place, how could he retreat so easily? This was a small world that was countless times better than the Phoenix, Nest Cave Heaven. If he could refine such a divine land into his internal world would definitely rise to a new level. If that's the case, then there's nothing more to say. The old voice seemed to sigh. Then, the aura coming from the depths of the Central Plains Immortal Manor suddenly became many times stronger. Chapter 2100. The mysterious man wanted to barge into the depths of the ancestral court of the Central Plains. But at this moment, an ancestor of the Central Plains who had been sleeping in the ancestral court for countless years woke up. A huge figure stood up from the depths of the ancestral court of the Central Plains. This wasn't a real giant, but a phantom. The powerful aura of the ancestor caused a phenomenon in the heavens and earth. Rumble! At this moment, the black vortex of destruction in the sky, formed by the interweaving powers of the great Tao, had already descended. The powerful destructive power directly obliterated the void. Humph! The mysterious man was very domineering. He directly shot into the sky and rushed into the vortex of destruction. The terrifying destructive power instantly swallowed him. However, very quickly, the entire black vortex began to tremble, and rays of purplish golden divine light rushed out from the black vortex. There was a power so powerful that it could actually break through the destructive power of the interweaving great ways. It was truly shocking to the extreme. How is this possible? This is the power of the great Tao, but it actually can't destroy that guy. Someone in the ancestral court of the Central Plains exclaimed. The black vortex in the sky gradually collapsed. The various powers of the great Tao were all beaten back to their original forms, and a figure reappeared in the sky. The Ren Huang divine weapon, or is it the legendary supreme divine weapon? An old voice came from the depths of the ancestral court of the Central Plains. The ancestor of the Central Plains was still condensing his power. The terrifying pressure caused the disciples of the Central Plains Immortal Mansion to feel their souls tremble. Boom! Just as the mysterious man forcibly broke through the power of the great Tao, a loud sound came from the depths of the ancestral court of the Central Plains. In the deepest part of the ancestral court of the Central Plains, a stone coffin exploded, and a figure rushed out from it. I didn't think that the chaos would actually start from my Central Plains Immortal Mansion. An old voice rang out. It was an old man shrouded in golden light. This old man was like a golden divine sun, appearing high up in the sky. Kill! Without any hesitation, the mysterious man directly attacked the old man. This was an extremely powerful opponent, far stronger than the old master of the Central Plains Immortal Mansion. Bang! The mysterious man threw a punch, and his fist instantly turned purplish gold. A metallic luster flowed on it. Not only his fist, but his entire arm seemed to be cast from purplish gold divine essence. It was incomparably strange. The old man couldn't help but be moved. He could tell that this was an extremely ancient art that seemed to have been created by the martial ancestor. By refining the divine weapon into his body, his physical body would possess the characteristics of a divine weapon. This way, he would be able to use the power of the divine weapon as he pleased. Boom! The golden fist struck out and collided with the mysterious man's purplish golden fist, causing a dull, thunder-like sound to erupt. Even though Middle Ground Ancestral Court was sealed by Tao patterns, it was still shaken by the power that came from the sky. The entire Middle Ground Ancestral Court was shaking. At this time, many Central Plains disciples had already rushed out from the depths of the Ancestral Court, rescuing Wu Daoyi and the other most outstanding rising stars. In the battle with the mysterious man just now, he was not a match for him at all and was almost crippled. Fortunately, although they were seriously injured, they did not die. Everyone hid in the depths of the ancestral court and watched the battle in the distant sky in horror. The two figures in the sky quickly separated. Neither of the two experts seemed to have gained the upper hand. The two powerful auras made all the living beings in the ancestral court tremble. How is this possible? Golden blood flowed from the fist of the old man, who looked like a golden deity. He could not believe that his opponent could actually injure him. Even a Ren Huang divine weapon can't hurt me. The golden divine light on the old man rose like a golden divine fire. He stared at the mysterious man's right hand as if he wanted to see through it, an existence comparable to a Ren Huang. The mysterious man was also extremely shocked. He knew very well the power of his punch just now. Even a saint who had sealed himself would not be able to withstand his punch. "It seems that I have to be more serious to kill you," the old man sighed. He had not come out for a long time. He did not expect that it would be a critical moment of life and death for the Central Plains Immortal Mansion. In the entire ancestral court of the Central Plains Immortal Mansion, apart from himself, no one was a match for this mysterious man. "You want to kill me?" "Humph," the mysterious man sneered. The yin and yang qi on his body became even more vigorous, interweaving into faint yin and yang diagrams that circled around him. No one could see his true face, not even the old man in front of him. Some kind of power had concealed his original aura. "Old friend, it's been a long time since I used you." As the old man spoke, a large halberd appeared in front of him. It was a golden halberd, shining with dazzling golden light. The halberd was a single entity with ancient runes faintly visible on it. An immortal aura comparable to a Ren Huang spread out from the golden halberd. "You're an ancient immortal." The mysterious man was shocked. At this time, the immortal aura on the old man's body was extremely powerful, but he was very careful not to trigger the mysterious, destructive power. The methods of an immortal are not something you can understand. "Even outside, I can still exert the power of an immortal for a short period of time," the old man said indifferently. "What?" The mysterious man could not help but be shocked. Could it be that he could actually avoid the destructive power that surpassed the great Tao of heaven and earth? If that was really the case, then he would be in danger. An immortal at his peak appeared in front of him. Just thinking about it made his scalp numb. That was an immortal comparable to a Ren Huang. An immortal was also the existence closest to the extreme Tao. They had already surpassed the category of saints and were only half a step away from attaining the fruit of the great Tao. Rumble. At this time, an unimaginable wave of power erupted from the old man in front of the mysterious man. Then, the old man's body underwent a huge change. The wrinkles on his aged face quickly melted. His sparse white hair grew rapidly and then turned black. As if time was flowing in reverse, the old man's appearance constantly changed. Very soon, the old man with wrinkled skin turned into a tall middle-aged man with black hair like a waterfall. His eyes flickered with divine light. "Roar!" The middle-aged man held the golden halberd and roared at the sky. Chapter 2101. The old man recovered to his peak state. With a roar, the entire heaven and earth shook. It was as if the ruler of this world had descended. His power was unimaginable. Immortal sovereign. Black and white yin-yang qi surged. Within the yin-yang qi, two sharp eyes could be seen. The opponent's qi was too strong, comparable to the might of a human sovereign divine weapon. This wasn't a human sovereign. None of the human sovereigns that had appeared since ancient times were cultivators of the immortal Tao. Those who cultivated the immortal Tao to the extreme were called immortal sovereigns. Those who could be called immortal sovereigns were extremely powerful. Their cultivation was infinitely close to the extreme sovereign realm. It could be said that immortal sovereigns already had 1 foot in the realm of supremes. Only 15 minutes, but it's enough to kill you. The black-haired, middle-aged man pointed his golden halberd at the mysterious man and said indifferently, he had mastered a secret technique that could temporarily restore himself to his peak state. However, this state could only be maintained for 15 minutes. It must be known that the power that surpassed the great Tao of the heavens and earth was too powerful. Only immortal venerables could find the weakness of this power and use a secret technique to temporarily restore their cultivation base to its peak state. If one didn't seal their cultivation after surpassing the great Tao of heaven and earth, the only outcome would be death. 15 minutes. The mysterious man smiled. So what if the opponent was an immortal sovereign? If the opponent wanted to kill him, he could only do so if he had a divine weapon forged by an extreme sovereign. You don't believe that I can kill you within 15 minutes. The middle-aged man's face was still as calm as before, as if everything in the world had nothing to do with him. There was not a trace of emotion on his face. Come, there's no point in talking more. The mysterious man said in a deep voice. The opponent's chi was too strong, almost crushing the heaven and earth. If he didn't cultivate the weapon transformation technique and fuse the divine weapon into his body, he would definitely not be able to withstand the pressure of an immortal sovereign. Immortal sovereigns were the strongest experts below the supremes. If he didn't have a divine weapon to protect him, he wouldn't be able to fight this battle because the opponent's chi alone was enough to suppress him. But now, the mysterious man had the ability to challenge an immortal sovereign. I'd like to see just who exactly are you. The middle-aged man tightened his grip on the golden halberd. Then the halberd turned into a dazzling golden light and slashed towards the mysterious man's head. Shwa! The golden divine light streaked across the void. The entire heaven and earth seemed to be split into two halves by this divine light. The mighty divine might of an immortal Venerable spread out in all directions. Good timing. The yin-yang qi on the mysterious man's body became even stronger. He did not dodge and directly punched upwards. The moment he punched with his right fist, his entire right arm instantly turned purplish gold. Clang! The golden divine light fell and collided with the mysterious man's purple golden fist, producing a deafening sound of metal clashing. In the depths of the ancestral court, the spectators suddenly felt as if something was flowing out of their ears. Someone touched it and was shocked to see that his hand was covered in blood. This, everyone was shocked. There was a grand formation in the depths of the ancestral court, but that terrifying metallic sound actually passed through it and injured many people's ears. Boom! At this moment, the mysterious man and the immortal Venerable collided head-on. The immortal Venerable was too powerful. Even with a heaven-defying divine weapon in his hand, he was still knocked down from the sky and smashed into the ground. Even with the suppression of Tao runes, a huge pit was formed on the ground by the mysterious man. Countless Tao runes dissipated and dust rose to the sky. That man is still alive with the old ancestor. The spectators in the depths of the ancestral court were both surprised and delighted to see this. This was the ultimate power of the ancestral court. If the old ancestor couldn't defeat this mysterious man, then the immortal mansion of Zhou would be erased from the world of cultivation. So powerful. In the pit, the black and white yin-yang qi on the mysterious man's body had mostly dissipated, revealing his true appearance. This man was none other than Gu Fei. He was the only one who could fuse the supreme divine weapon into his body. Otherwise, he would have died countless times from that strike of the immortal Venerable. Even though he had surpassed the shackles of great perfection sage to be, he would still die when facing an immortal Venerable. Boom! When Gu Fei rushed out of the crater on the ground, the black and white yin-yang qi on his body became extremely powerful once again, concealing his true appearance. Gu Fei's martial true qi was mysterious and unfathomable. The primal chaos could turn into yin and yang. The power of the great Tao covered everything. No one knew that he was Gu Fei. Seeing Gu Fei rushing towards him again so quickly, the immortal Venerable of Zhou felt somewhat surprised. One should know that he had already used the power of an immortal Venerable in that attack. Eat my fist. Gu Fei conjured the invincible fist intent and struck out a simple and direct punch. The powerful fist energy rushed out from his fist, shattering a large patch of the void in front of him. This was a punch that Gu Fei struck out with the power of the violet gold divine sword. It contained some of the characteristics of the violet gold divine sword. It was incomparably sharp and powerful. This is sensing the power that erupted from Gu Fei's punch. Even the immortal Venerable of Zhongzhou was shocked. He could sense a perfect Tao rhyme from this power. How was this possible? One should know that a perfect great Tao was an ultimate power that only an extreme Tao supremacy could master. Even an immortal Venerable could not master such a power. There was only one possibility, and that was that this guy had a supreme immortal artifact. Thinking of this, even an existence like the immortal Venerable of Zhongzhou was extremely excited. A supreme immortal artifact was a supreme immortal artifact that contained a perfect great Tao. If he could obtain such a supreme immortal artifact and comprehend the perfect Tao rhyme within it, he might be able to break through the shackles of an immortal Venerable and take that crucial step forward. Kill. Without hesitation, the immortal Venerable of Zhongzhou directly used a great technique. The golden halberd in his hand flew up and turned into a golden qilin, pouncing towards Gu Fei. An immortal, venerable divine weapon, qilin halberd. When Gu Fei saw this scene, his heart couldn't help but tremble. He had once devoured the memories of the god race old ancestor in the Hell Realm, so his knowledge was naturally extraordinary. He recognized this immortal venerable artifact. It seemed like this immortal Venerable of Zhongzhou was the immortal Venerable qilin who had once challenged a supremacy in the ancient times. The qilin, Venerable qilin's qilin halberd, was an innate divine beast, golden qilin. After immortal Venerable qilin achieved his immortal Venerable Tao fruit, in order to refine an immortal Venerable artifact, he once went to the 9 heavens and 9 underworlds to search for divine materials that could refine an immortal, venerable artifact. Even though he found many rare divine materials, he wasn't satisfied with them. In the end, he encountered a golden qilin in a dangerous place, and he killed the golden qilin on the spot. After that, he refined the golden qilin's body into a qilin halberd. Chapter 2102. Immortal Venerable qilin's qilin halberd turned into a golden qilin, pouncing directly at Gu Fei. The might of an immortal, venerable divine weapon spread out, shaking the entire heaven and earth. The dazzling golden light made everyone unable to open their eyes. Dark spatial cracks spread out for hundreds of miles. Boom! The golden qilin and Gu Fei's strongest punch collided. 2 powerful forces erupted and turned into a terrifying energy storm that swept out in all directions. Even though there were saint-level Tao runes that sealed this part of the world, a large area of the void was still collapsing and annihilating. The power of an immortal venerable was extremely strong. Gu Fei was directly blown away by this force. One of his arms looked like it was about to shatter. Traces of blood could be seen on it. An immortal, venerable divine weapon is really powerful. Gu Fei was blown thousands of feet away. He was secretly shocked. If it wasn't for the power of the violet gold divine sword protecting his right arm, he was afraid that his right arm would have already been turned into a mist of blood by the power of the qilin halberd. Even with the power of the violet gold divine sword protecting Gu Fei's right arm, his arm still had countless traces of blood oozing out. With a thought, the bones in Gu Fei's arm creaked. His flesh, blood, tendons, and bones released a powerful life force, and the wounds on his arm disappeared. You actually have a supreme divine weapon. What a surprise! Immortal Venerable qilin looked at Gu Fei differently. Anyone would go crazy for a supreme divine weapon. Even a true sovereign would want it for himself. Preposterous! Gu Fei felt that something was wrong. An immortal venerable was really too strong. Even if he had a supreme divine weapon, he might not be a match for this immortal venerable qilin. One should know that this immortal venerable qilin had already recovered to his peak. Such an existence, even in the ancient times, was almost invincible. In the face of an almost invincible immortal venerable, no one could remain calm. I'd like to see what kind of supreme weapon you have. At this time, the golden qilin flew back to immortal venerable qilin, turned back into a golden halberd and landed in his hand. Buzz! The Qilin halberd vibrated in Qilin Immortal Venerable's hand. The divine will contained in it had awakened. It was as terrifying as the rebirth of a real connate divine beast golden Qilin. Schwa! Qilin Immortal Venerable didn't use any killing techniques at all. He just waved his Qilin halberd and rushed towards Gufei. Wherever the halberd passed, the void was split in half. Roar! Gufei sensed the powerful pressure coming from Immortal Venerable Qilin. He roared, his whole body seemed to have turned into bronze in an instant, and the shadow of an ancient cauldron emerged on his body. Clang! The Qilin halberd slashed down on the ancient cauldron that emerged from Gufei's body. This time, Gufei was as still as a mountain. The powerful, immortal, venerable power was unable to blast it away. On the other hand, the Qilin halberd that struck the ancient cauldron was repelled and almost flew out of immortal, venerable Qilin's hand. What? It's the mountain and river cauldron? Immortal, venerable Qilin was not angry, but happy. The legendary mountain and river cauldron was actually with this guy. How could this be possible? The mountain and river cauldron had already disappeared in the ancient times. The mountain and river cauldron could be said to be the most mysterious, supreme divine tool since the beginning of time because no one knew who refined it. In the distant mythological era, the mountain and river cauldron had already appeared. Some said that this ancient cauldron was a natural, innate, supreme, divine tool. Some also said that the mountain and river cauldron was a divine tool refined by a peerless paragon. Of course, these were all rumors. No one could verify it, but it was enough to show how extraordinary the mountain and river cauldron was. Even ancient paragons wanted it. The supreme tool is with me. Come and get it if you have the ability, Gufei said in a deep voice. He stared at immortal, venerable Qilin in front of him. The Heaven Ascension secret technique was activated in his body, and a shocking momentum spread out from his body. This is, sensing the sudden surge of power from Gufei, immortal, venerable Qilin couldn't help but be shocked. This person's cultivation base was infinitely close to the sage realm. Clang! Yin and Yang Qi surged. Gufei's arms had already turned purplish gold, like two peerless heavenly swords. With a clanging sound, an astonishing sword qi was emitted from his arms. There's another supreme tool. Immortal, venerable Qilin's eyes turned red. Two supreme tools. If he could obtain them, not to mention reviving the immortal mansion of Middle State, he could even sweep across the entire ancestral star. The reason why the Xian clan and the Gold clan could survive for so many years and still rule over a region was because they were the inheritances of paragons. Initially, I wanted to spare your life because it wasn't easy for you to cultivate, but it seems that I have no choice but to kill you. Sovereign Qilin said in a deep voice. Two supreme tools were enough to make everyone go crazy. Even an existence like immortal, venerable Qilin was no exception. Buzz. At this time, an illusion of an ancient cauldron appeared on Gufei's body. He activated the power of the ancient cauldron to protect himself and then used the power of the purple gold divine sword as a foundation. With such defensive and offensive power, even a true sage would find it hard to deal with Gufei. But now he was facing an immortal venerable. An immortal venerable was not an ordinary sage. An immortal venerable was comparable to a human emperor. The immortal venerable they refined was incomparably powerful. Let's fight. Gufei's qi had risen to its peak state. His whole body was surging with power. Swish! Immortal venerable Qilin didn't say anything else. He held the golden halberd in his hand and took a step forward, attacking Gufei. His qi was earth-shattering. The entire heaven and earth shook along with immortal, venerable Qilin's movements. Gufei moved in all directions, displaying the world's fastest speed. With one step, he disappeared in the void. The next moment, he appeared above immortal, venerable Qilin. Buzz! Gu Fei's foot landed on immortal Venerable Qilin. Above his right foot, an illusion of an ancient cauldron emerged. He activated the power of the cauldron of mountains and rivers for his own use. Rumble. The power of the cauldron of mountain and river could suppress the cauldron of mountain and river. It was unimaginably powerful. When Gu Fei stomped down, the entire ancestral court of the Central Plains was almost suppressed. Countless Tao patterns were suppressed and disappeared into the void. Pitch-black spatial cracks covered the entire ancestral court of the Central Plains. It was as if this small world was going to be shattered in the next moment. This was the power of the cauldron of mountains and rivers. There was no suspense. Even someone as powerful as immortal Venerable Qilin was trampled down from the sky by Gu Fei's foot. Roar! Immortal Venerable Qilin roared. He had lived for countless years, but he was actually trampled down from the sky by a junior. This made him furious. He had lost face. Go to hell. Chapter 2103. The Qilin Immortal Sovereign attacked furiously. Endless immortal Tao energy soared into the sky and engulfed Gu Fei. Die. Immortal Venerable Qilin used the immortal Venerable art. The nearly flawless power of the great Tao suppressed the area and obliterated everything. A terrifying pressure spread in all directions, causing the people in the ancestral court to kneel on the ground as if they were worshipping a supreme Tao ancestor. One cauldron suppresses the universe. In the void, Gu Fei's furious roar rang out. After that, the space that was sealed by the terrifying might of an immortal Venerable began to tremble violently. After that, an ancient cauldron appeared high up in the sky, suppressing both the heavens and the earth, freezing all energy, including the great Tao energy of an immortal Venerable. How is this possible? How can you control the mountain and river cauldron? The Qilin Immortal Sovereign was shocked to the extreme. This kid was really heaven-defying. He actually managed to summon the terrifying power of the mountain and river cauldron. Die! Gu Fei roared. He stood on the mountain and river cauldron and circulated the power in his body. He stepped on the mountain and river cauldron and directly suppressed the Qilin Immortal Sovereign. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron shook. Streams of primordial chaos, qi, circled around the cauldron. The ancient cauldron faintly emitted the roars of ancient beasts. The Qilin Immortal Sovereign's face turned ugly. He really couldn't understand why a kid who wasn't even a saint could use the mountain and river cauldron. One should know that the mountain and river cauldron was a supreme artifact that appeared in the mythological era. It had existed for countless years and should have had its own consciousness and life. How could such a supreme artifact be willing to be controlled by a weak creature? Immortal Qilin had never imagined that when Gu Fei obtained the martial progenitor's inheritance imprint, he had used the power of the supreme martial progenitor's inheritance imprint to refine the purple gold divine sword and the mountain and river cauldron. The supreme martial progenitor was definitely one of the strongest martial sovereigns in history. He was extremely talented and had created the path of martial Tao all by himself. Even Gu Fei was only able to refine the supreme artifact with the help of the martial progenitor. It could be said that the purple gold divine sword and the cauldron of mountains and rivers, which had been refined by Gu Fei, now belonged to him. He was the owner of the supreme artifacts, so it was naturally easier for him to control these two supreme artifacts than ordinary people. Of course, if the original owners of these two supreme artifacts were still alive, there was a possibility that these two supreme artifacts could be retrieved by their original owners. However, the owner of these two supreme artifacts was Gu Fei. I don't believe you can really defy the heavens. Immortal Venerable Qilin held the golden Qilin halberd and pointed it at the mountain river cauldron that was pressing down from the sky. His battle intent surged, and his immortal venerable power erupted. A huge golden figure emerged from immortal Venerable Qilin. Roar! Kirin, immortal lord, roared into the sky and shook the Kirin halberd in his hand. The endless power of the great path rushed into the sky and rushed towards the mountain and river cauldron. Countless golden Tao patterns circled around his body, as if an ancient golden deity had appeared in this world. The earth cracked and the sky collapsed. The might of an immortal Venerable was enough to destroy the world. Humph! In front of the mountain and river cauldron, you have to bow your head no matter how strong you are. Gu Fei stepped on the mountain and river cauldron and continued to press down from the sky. The terrifying power directly suppressed the heaven-defying immortal Venerable power. Kill! Immortal Venerable Qilin held the Kirin halberd and went up against the mountain and river cauldron. Golden divine light soared into the sky, and the immortal Venerables' might shocked the heavens. This part of the world began to collapse. Old ancestor! Everyone in the ancestral court of the central province Immortal Manor was terrified. Was this divine land going to collapse? Even the old ancestor was not a match for that person. Open the human race's ancient road. Let's leave this place. Yes, take everything that can be taken away. This is the only way to leave the ancestral court. The immortal Venerables' might and the pressure of the mountain and river cauldron made the group of people in the ancestral court unable to straighten their backs. A few powerful existences used divine tools to protect themselves and walked towards the entrance of the human race's ancient road with difficulty. The entrance to the human race's ancient road was a tall stone gate. The stone gate was engraved with mysterious and complicated Tao patterns. The stone gate was tightly shut, and it did not seem like an easy task to open it. While those people in the ancestral court were preparing to open the human race's ancient road, the battle between Gu Fei and immortal Venerable Qilin had reached its climax. There was a time limit for immortal Venerable Qilin to recover his peak immortal Venerable cultivation. Once the time was up, he would face a great calamity. Rumble. Gu Fei stepped on the mountain and river cauldron and collided with immortal Venerable Qilin's halberd. The Qilin halberd's body immediately bent. Roar! Immortal Venerable Qilin roared and circulated the immortal Venerable Tao power in his body. In an instant, countless golden Tao patterns appeared on the Qilin halberd. Buzz! The Qilin halberd vibrated and the power of an immortal Venerable erupted. The mountain and river cauldron's descending momentum was blocked. Good heavens! Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. This immortal Venerable was too powerful. It could even resist the mountain and river cauldron. Such power could destroy this part of the world as easily as turning one's hand. No wonder Central Province Immortal Mansion could rule Central Province for countless years. With such an existence guarding Central Province Immortal Mansion, even the Xian clan and the Gold clan, which had supreme venerables in the past, didn't dare to offend Central Province Immortal Mansion. If an immortal venerable went all out, it would be too terrifying. Immortal Venerable Qilin used all his strength to barely resist the mountain and river cauldron. However, his immortal Venerable Tao power was vast and mighty. His clothes were already soaked with sweat. Bang! The huge force gradually pressed immortal Venerable Qilin down from the sky. The moment his feet touched the ground, the whole earth shook violently. Then the ground undulated like waves. Terrifying energy waves spread out from immortal Venerable Qilin's feet. The mountains collapsed and the ground collapsed. It was as terrifying as the end of the world. I forgot to tell you, if the mountain and river cauldron receives a powerful impact, the cauldron's soul will automatically awaken. Gu Fei suddenly said from the mountain and river cauldron. What? Immortal Venerable Qilin was shocked. Could it be that the cauldron's soul still hadn't awakened and was still in a dormant state? Oh no! Immortal Venerable Qilin knew that he was tricked. The opponent wanted to use him to awaken the cauldron's soul. Once the cauldron's soul awakened, he would be dead for sure. Chapter 2104. The cauldron's soul was awakening. The power of an immortal sovereign was enough to make the sleeping cauldron's soul sense it. Rumble, the world shook. The Qilin immortal sovereign's Qilin halberd was gradually bending. He tried his best to circulate the immortal sovereign's Tao power in his body, but couldn't stop the cauldron from sinking. "How is this possible?" the Qilin immortal sovereign roared. The veins on his forehead twitched. Bean-sized beads of sweat rolled down his face and dripped to the ground. His arms trembled. His flesh and bones were vibrating, emitting the sound of the great Tao. However, even so, he couldn't resist the extreme divine power of the cauldron. Boom! In the end, the Qilin halberd broke and the cauldron pressed down. Boom! The earth shook. The cauldron directly pressed the Qilin immortal sovereign to the ground. The primordial chaos Qi was vast and mighty. The entire ancestral court was instantly frozen by the power of the cauldron. While the Qilin immortal sovereign was being suppressed by the cauldron, a strong wave of power suddenly came from the depths of the ancestral court. Gu Fei was shocked. His divine will immediately left his body and swept towards the depths of the ancestral court. Somewhere deep in the ancestral court of Central Plains, a tall stone gate had been opened. A powerful aura surged out from behind the open gate. That's the ancient road of humanity. Gu Fei was extremely shocked. At this time, there was no one in the depths of the ancestral court. It was obvious that the people of the immortal mansion had set foot on the ancient road of humanity and left this side of the world. Preposterous! Gu Fei knew that when those people set foot on the ancient road of humanity, they must have taken away everything they could. Those were the treasures that the immortal mansion had accumulated for countless years. Roar! The Qilin immortal sovereign, who was suppressed by the cauldron, roared. Although he was seriously injured, he wasn't killed by the cauldron. He was still struggling. However, the power of the cauldron was boundless. It could suppress the heavens and stabilize the universe. How could the Qilin immortal sovereign move? The cauldron suppressed celestial Venerable, and Gu Fei then rushed into the sky, charging into the depths of the ancestral court of the Middle State Immortal Manor. The place was already empty, the treasury had been opened, and almost everything inside had been moved away. This, after circling around the ancestral court of the Middle Continent, Gu Fei discovered that the world essence of this divine land was actually deep under the ground, protected by layers of grand formations. It was impossible to refine it into his inner world in a short time. Looks like I'll have to stay here for a while. Gu Fei stood in front of a large stone door. This was the ancient road of humanity on the ancestral star of Buzhou, which was controlled by the immortal manor of Central Province. The almighty experts of the immortal manor of Central Province had moved the entrance to the ancestral court of Central Province. The entrance to the savage small world was also in the ancestral court of the Central Continent. However, at this time, the people in the savage small world had already run away. This small world had become an ownerless world. Where does this ancient path lead to? Gu Fei did not intend to set foot on the ancient road just like that. Now was not the time. He would only set foot on the ancient road of the human race after he had completely taken over everything in the ancestral court of Middle Plains. Moreover, the ancient road of the human race belonged to all the humans on the ancestral star of Buzhou. Gu Fei did not intend to take the entrance away. Gu Fei pondered for a while, then opened up his inner world and released the 12 great bandits, Gu Zhong and the others. "Master, you've succeeded." Gu Zhong and the others were surprised and overjoyed. They looked around and naturally knew that Gu Fei was attacking the immortal manor of Central Province. If they could take down the immortal manor of Central Province, there would naturally be many benefits. "Greetings, Master." The iron-blood Taoist led the 12 great bandits to salute Gu Fei. At this time, the aura of the supreme artifact on Gu Fei's body had been completely retracted, but the aura of the mountain and river cauldron was still vast and mighty. Everyone felt the great pressure of heaven and earth. as if an ancient divine mountain was pressing down on them. They felt like they could not straighten their backs. Take some people and turn this place upside down for me. If you encounter anyone from the immortal manor of Central Province, kill them without mercy. Gu Fei directly ordered the Iron-Blood Taoist. Yes, the Iron-Blood Taoist then led the 12 great bandits to carefully search the ancestral court of Central Province. Master, what should we do? Gu Zhong was eager to try. This was the ancestral court of Central Province, Immortal Manor. There must be a lot of treasures here. However, he did not know that the treasury of the ancestral court had already been emptied by the people of Central Province, Immortal Manor. Go. Gu Fei said. Yes. Gu Zhong hurriedly led Yao Yu and old Jiao into action. This guy had been with He Tian for a period of time and learned some of He Tian's tricks. Soon, Gu Zhong found a small cave dwelling. However, the small cave dwelling was protected by a formation. Gu Zhong could not break the formation and enter the cave dwelling in a short time. In such a short time, the people of Central Province Immortal Manor who set foot on the ancient road of the human race could not take everything away. The Iron-Blood Taoist and the others discovered something. However, Gu Fei did not care about this. He directly burrowed into the depths of the earth. Roar! The moment Gu Fei entered the dragon vein under the ancestral court of Central Province, a dragon roar resounded throughout the entire dragon vein. This is, as the dragon aura rose, spiritual energy in the shape of a dragon constantly appeared in the dark dragon vein. Gu Fei couldn't help being shocked when he saw the scene. This wasn't something that an ordinary dragon vein could possess. The dragon chi here had reached a level where it could form the shadow of a dragon. Did the founder of Central Province Immortal Manor move an ancestral earth vein into the ancestral court? The dragon veins of the earth were also divided into different levels. The highest level was naturally the ancestral earth vein, the source of all dragon veins. The lowest level was a small spiritual vein that could not even be considered a dragon vein. The origin source of the ancestral court of Central Province was in the depths of this ancestral earth vein. However, Gu Fei was also very clear that it would not be easy for him to refine the origin source here. Boom! Just as Gu Fei entered the dragon vein for a few miles, the surrounding dragon chi began to surge. A powerful force was rapidly condensing. Roar! A huge dragon appeared in the dark sky, fiercely pouncing towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei's eyes narrowed when he saw the huge dragon. He quickly retreated. At the same time, he flipped his right hand and a black sword appeared in his hand. In the end, he still triggered the formation in the ancestral earth vein, causing the dragon chi to rapidly condense and transform into a huge dragon. It wanted to kill the intruder, Gu Fei. Chapter 2105. There was actually an ancestral earth vein beneath the ancestral court of the Middle Plains. Even Gu Fei was shocked. The founding ancestor of the Middle Plains Immortal Mansion was really generous. He had actually moved an ancestral earth vein into the ancestral court of the Middle Plains. The formation in the depths of the ancestral earth vein was extraordinary. It was a killing formation that had activated the power of the ancestral earth vein. Even a saint would not be able to break it. Of course, Gu Fei was not a saint. At this time, the power of the mountain and river cauldron had suppressed the entire ancestral court of the Middle Plains. Even the ancestral earth vein could not do anything. One should know that the mountain and river cauldron was the nemesis of all veins of the earth. It did not matter if it was an ancestral earth vein or not. Roar! A dragon roar sounded in the ancestral earth vein. The endless dragon chi of the earth vein formed a huge dragon that pounced towards Gu Fei. It was as if a real dragon had appeared in the ancestral earth vein. Humph! Gu Fei chuckled and punched. Bang! The dragon formed from dragon chi was immediately dispersed by Gu Fei's punch. This was only the power of the formation on the periphery of the ancestral earth vein. The truly powerful killing formation had not been activated yet. The depths of the ancestral earth vein nurtured the source of heaven and earth. It was the most important place in the ancestral court of the Middle Plains. Of course, it was also the most heavily guarded place in the ancestral court of the Middle Plains. Even the master of the Middle Plains Immortal Mansion could not come into contact with the source of heaven and earth. This was a killing formation that the founding ancestor of the Middle Plains Immortal Mansion had personally set up. Since ancient times, no one had been able to barge into the ancestral earth vein. Gu Fei was an exception, drawing the power of the ancestral dragon into a formation. The person who set up this killing formation must have been a formation master as well. Gu Fei muttered to himself. It seemed that it would not be easy to obtain the source of heaven and earth in the depths of the ancestral earth vein. However, he must obtain the source of heaven and earth in this world. He continued, walking forward. In the dark void, the dragon chi of the earth rose up like real dragons, leaping about. This was the purest dragon chi in the world. This place definitely nurtured a true dragon. Gu Fei wasn't surprised when he sensed the aura of the ancestral earth vein. This ancestral earth vein had existed for countless years. How could it not give birth to life? Roar! After taking a few steps, a dragon's roar came from the front again. Terrifying energy, fluctuations came from the front, as if there really was a true earth dragon in front of them. Gu Fei did not have any scruples as he charged forward. Roar! Dragon roars rang out. This time there were 9 dragons that broke through the dragon chi in the dragon vein and charged at Gu Fei with an incomparably powerful aura. It's still not enough. Gu Fei swung the black divine sword in his hand, and the 2 dragons that were charging at the very front were immediately cut in half, dissipating into the void. Shwa! The black sword light streaked across the void. On the sword light, one could vaguely see specks of starlight. Another 3 dragons were killed by the sword light. 5 of the 9 dragons were destroyed in an instant, leaving only 4 dragons that were still pouncing towards Gu Fei. However, the fate of these 4 dragons was the same. They were killed by the 9 heaven stars, sword in Gu Fei's hand. These were not real dragons, they were just the power of the formation. With Gu Fei's current cultivation, the outer killing formations of the ancestral earth vein could no longer stop him. Soon, Gu Fei charged into the depths of the ancestral earth vein. He activated the killing formations one after another, and powerful energy, fluctuations came from the ancestral earth vein. Gu Fei and his sword broke through 18 killing formations and entered the depths of the ancestral earth vein. This is when Gu Fei broke through the 18th killing formation, he was immediately stunned by the scene in front of him. In the void in front of him, there was endless ancestral dragon chi, and a real dragon was imprisoned in front of him. 9 huge divine chains tightly locked the pure-blooded dragon. The powerful aura of the pure-blooded dragon spread out, causing even Gu Fei to feel great pressure. This is a real dragon born from the ancestral earth vein. The scene in front of him was too shocking. A huge green dragon that was tens of thousands of feet long was actually locked in the ancestral earth vein by 9 huge divine chains. There was a dragon orb in the dragon's mouth, and a powerful aura of the world's origin energy spread out from the dragon orb. The origin source divine pearl was actually in the dragon's mouth. Buzz! Just as Gu Fei was about to step forward, the space in front of him suddenly trembled, and a series of transparent ripples spread out like ripples on water. The shocking killing formation was activated. Countless Tao patterns appeared in the void, interweaving into countless mysterious and indescribable patterns. An incomparably vast power burst out. Clang! One after another, green divine swords appeared in the killing formation. They were divine swords that were condensed from the power of the giant green dragon. They were incomparably powerful. Every single divine sword was emitting an unimaginably powerful, true dragon power. These were the true dragon's celestial swords, and their power was absolutely shocking. Gu Fei could already tell that the killing formation was operating on its own. Buzz! The celestial sword of the true dragon vibrated and flew into the air, turning into countless rays of sword light that pierced towards Gu Fei in a terrifying manner. Every single sword light tore through the void. Chaotic upheaval. In the face of such an attack, Gu Fei used the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. A wave of power spread out from his body, and all the true dragon celestial swords that were coming at him were repelled. Rumble. The entire ancestral earth vein shook, and a light barrier appeared in the void, covering the real dragon that was chained up by the divine chains. Countless true dragon celestial swords that were repelled were stopped by the light barrier. What? Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked at the scene. This killing formation could change like this without anyone controlling it. It was truly surprising. The origin divine pearl of the ancestral earth vein was actually in the mouth of the real dragon. Gu Fei didn't dare to make a move for now. It would be troublesome if he alarmed the real dragon. Looks like I still have to use the mountain and river cauldron, Gu Fei muttered to himself. He then retreated and left the ancestral earth vein, coming to the surface. At this time, Gu Zhong and the others had already searched the entire ancestral earth vein. Other than a dozen small grotto heavens, they didn't find anything else. Immortal Sovereign Qilin, who was suppressed by the mountain and river cauldron, had already fainted. He was still alive and hadn't been killed by the cauldron. Immortal sovereigns are indeed powerful. Gu Fei came to the front of the mountain and river cauldron. He couldn't help but be shocked at this scene. If it was an ordinary sage, he would have died long ago. Chapter 2106. Immortal Reverend Qilin was a true immortal reverend. It would be a pity to kill him. An immortal reverend's physical body was extremely strong and could shatter the heaven and earth with a wave of his hand. In the human realm, such an existence was absolutely invincible. Unfortunately, immortal Reverend Qilin had encountered Gu Fei. It was immortal Reverend Qilin's bad luck. One should know that no one could find the mountain and river cauldron even in the ancient times. A supreme artifact that had disappeared for countless years had actually appeared in the hands of a junior. Immortal Reverend Qilin lost unjustly. It wasn't that he wasn't strong, but he had encountered Gu Fei, who possessed a supreme artifact. Let's suppress him in the mountain and river cauldron first. Gu Fei placed immortal Reverend Qilin into the mountain and river cauldron, then burrowed deep into the ground and appeared in the ancestral vein. He sat cross-legged in the ancestral vein with an ancient cauldron floating in front of him. Primordial chaos chi was vaguely circulating on the ancient cauldron. An ancient aura was emitted from the ancient cauldron. Roar. A faint dragon roar could be heard from the depths of the ancestral vein. When Gu Fei entered the ancestral vein, the pressure of the mountain and river cauldron completely disappeared. The Iron Blood Taoist and the 12 bandits were guarding the entrance of the ancient path of the human race. The huge stone door was still wide open. It was pitch black inside, and no one could see what was inside. However, a terrifying aura could be felt from behind the stone door. The ancient path of the human race was extremely dangerous. 9 out of 10 people who took the ancient path of the human race would die on the way. Although the Iron Blood Taoist and the others were eager to give it a try, they didn't dare to leave now that Gu Fei wasn't around. They didn't touch the dozen small grotto heavens either. Once Gu Fei successfully refined the origin source of the ancient path of the human race, it wouldn't be a problem. Therefore, after leaving enough people to guard the entrance of the ancient path of the human race, the rest entered the desolate small world to train. The desolate small world of the Middle Continent Immortal Abode was originally a place for training. One could travel in the desolate small world and fight various powerful beasts. In this cruel training process, cultivators would make great progress in a short period of time. In the blink of an eye, 18 years had passed since the destruction of the Middle Province, Immortal Abode. During these 18 years, the ancestral star of Buzhou had fallen into unprecedented chaos. After the central prefecture, Immortal Manor, was destroyed, the entire central prefecture was thrown into chaos. The territories left behind by the central prefecture, Immortal Manor, were coveted by all the factions. Everyone wanted a piece of this fat piece of meat. The Gold family of the north was very powerful. An ancestor-level existence, wearing the human emperor's battle armor, swept through the entire Central Plains, and almost no one was a match for him. Later on, the Baldies in the east-coming Holy Realm couldn't sit still anymore. They also invited an ancestor-level monk. He wore a Buddhist robe and fought with the Gold family's ancestor. That battle had affected the power structure of the entire Buzhou ancestral planet. The ancestor-level monk of the east-coming sacred territory had retreated in the end, unable to stop the Gold clan. Large areas of the Central Plains had been occupied by the Gold clan. During this period of time, the second largest faction in the Central Plains, the Hellion clan, had sided with the Gold clan. In this battle, the Gold clan was the biggest winner for the time being. However, as the Xian clan successfully took back Immortal Venerate City and opened the door to the Central Plains, the Gold clan's intention of monopolizing the Central Plains was completely shattered. The Xian clan and the South Pole Immortal Manor formed an alliance and charged into the Central Plains together. They were unstoppable and unstoppable. At this time, the Buzhou Monster clan also took advantage of this opportunity to attack from the western region. The entire Buzhou ancestral planet was engulfed in the flames of war and fell into chaos. Countless cultivators became sacrifices in this turmoil. The grand Tao of the entire planet seemed to be affected. The power that was above the grand Tao of the world seemed to have changed as well. Rumble! 10 years after the destruction of the Central Plains Immortal Manor, someone was attempting to break through to the Saint Realm in a large mountain. A powerful heavenly tribulation was triggered. In the end, that person died just as he was about to succeed. The power that was above the grand Tao of the world did not disappear completely, but its power was weakened to a level that was almost bearable. The opportunity to become a saint was an ancient legend. However, since ancient times, it seemed that no one had truly succeeded. I've lived for a long time. I'm going to gamble with my life today. 15 years after the destruction of the Central Plains Immortal Manor, a white-haired old man rushed out from a large mountain. His hoarse voice echoed throughout the entire Central Plains. Rumble! Endless tribulation, lightning descended from the sky and struck the old man. The entire world was soon shrouded in layers of tribulation clouds. It was as terrifying as the descent of night. Someone is trying to break through to the Saint Realm again. The vast heavenly tribulation alarmed all the experts on the planet. The grand Tao of the world was shaken, and the aura of the entire planet was different. The grand Tao of the world became chaotic. The power that was above the grand Tao of the world descended once again, but this time it was much weaker than 5 years ago. Sensing that the power had become so weak, the ancient sages who had sealed themselves were all surprised and overjoyed. If the power completely disappeared, then the sages who had sealed themselves would be able to undo the seals on them and regain their powerful cultivation base. In the end, the old man endured the heavenly tribulation for 3 days and 3 nights. During this period, some people even sensed the aura of the saint path emanating from the heavenly tribulation. However, the old man disappeared after the heavenly tribulation. He was unable to become a saint. At the critical moment, the mysterious power still descended and killed the old man. He was still a little short, just a little more, and the old man would have been able to become a saint. However, at the critical moment, the mysterious power appeared and killed the old man. If not for the mysterious power, the old man would have at least a 30% chance of passing the heavenly tribulation of the Saint Realm and becoming the first saint since the destruction of the primordial world. What a pity! Someone who witnessed the scene of the old man's death could not help but shake his head and sigh. He was so close to being destroyed by the mysterious power. However, everyone saw the hope of becoming a saint. The world was indeed gradually changing. The heavenly Tao and the mysterious power were both undergoing unimaginable changes. The opportunity to become a saint had indeed appeared. However, ever since the old man failed the heavenly tribulation and died, no one tried to break through to the saint realm for a long time. However, many people were preparing for the heavenly tribulation. On a night in the 18th year after the destruction of the mystical abode of the middle state, an extremely powerful fluctuation suddenly appeared in the sky above the ruins of the mystical abode of the middle state. Ripples visible to the naked eye spread from a certain point in the sky. Boom! Chapter 2107. A stone gate tore through the void and descended from the sky, landing on the ruins of the middle state immortal residence. The entire ground trembled and dust rose thousands of feet into the air. What's going on? What's going on? Someone exclaimed. 18 years ago, the middle state immortal residence was the site of a world-shaking war. This place was now in ruins, and one of the territories was completely destroyed. At this time, an extremely powerful fluctuation came from the depths of the ruins. The cultivators in the vicinity immediately rushed over. This is a half-open stone gate stood in the middle of the ruins. Although it was only about 100 meters tall, it gave off the feeling of an ancient divine mountain. Behind the half-open stone door, there was only darkness. Even a cultivator who had cultivated the god, I would find it difficult to see what was behind the stone door. What is this? Some people watched from afar, but no one dared to approach. No one knew what was behind the stone gate, and the aura coming from it was unsettling. Could it be the entrance to the ancient road of humanity in the middle state immortal residence? A cultivator of the older generation said hesitantly, "Ever since the ancestral court of the middle state immortal residence fled, the cultivation world of Bujo ancestral planet no longer hoped for the entrance to the ancient road of humanity to reappear. Unless those who escaped from the middle state immortal residence believed that they could fight against the entire cultivation world of Bujo ancestral planet, they would return. But was that even possible? There were two supreme legacies on Bujo ancestral planet. The Gold Clan and the Xian Clan had foundations even deeper than the immortal residence of the middle state. Even if they were to go against one of the two clans, the immortal residents of the middle state would not dare to say that they would be a match for them. But now, the stone gate that seemed to be the entrance to the ancient road of humanity had shattered the void and descended from the sky. This was simply unbelievable. How could such a thing happen? The ancient road of humanity was extremely important to the cultivation world of Bujo ancestral planet. It was a path to sainthood, and anyone who walked on this ancient road would become a peerless figure as long as they came back alive. It really is the entrance to the ancient road of humanity. A white-haired old man appeared above the ruins of the middle state immortal residence. He was extremely excited. Back then, he was fortunate enough to set foot on this ancient road, but he was gravely injured and almost died. He had no choice but to return from the ancient road. That's an elder of the Hellion clan. Could this stone door really be the entrance to the human clan's ancient road? Someone recognized the white-haired old man. Very quickly, news of the mysterious stone door's appearance in the central province ruin spread, shocking the various superpowers. Some experts could no longer sit still, immediately dropping everything they were doing and rushing towards the central province ruins. It really is the ancient road of humanity. Half an hour later, a woman wearing a golden mask arrived near the stone gate. She stared at the half-open stone gate and said these words, "It's the Gold Clan's gold goddess. She's here as well." Someone recognized the woman wearing a golden mask. The name of the golden goddess had spread throughout the entire Bujo ancestral planet over the past 18 years. The golden goddess was the most outstanding rising star of the golden family. Even among the experts of the older generation, not many were a match for her. Some people said that the golden heavenly maiden already had the cultivation and strength to break through to the saint level. However, it was still not the safest time to break through to the saint level. The more confident one was in breaking through to the saint level, the more cautious they would be. After all, no one wanted to die, so they needed time to prepare. Once they were fully prepared, they would begin to break through to the saint level. Not long after the Golden Goddess arrived at the ruins of the Central Province ruins, a gust of violet chi surged from the south, illuminating half of the sky. The violet chi is coming from the south. Could it be the siblings from the Ziyun clan? Someone exclaimed, "Humph." The Golden Goddess glanced at the southern sky and snorted coldly. She then ignored them. The Ziyun clan was really fast. They actually sent people here so quickly. Why did the ancient road of humanity suddenly appear? The Golden Goddess stared at the half-open stone gate in front of her and pondered. At this moment, two figures appeared in the southern sky. The two of them were stepping on violet chi, as if they were immortal venerables from the 9 heavens. It's really the siblings. Someone couldn't help but be shocked when they saw the two figures. They were the siblings from the Ziyun clan who were currently in the limelight. This pair of siblings was extremely powerful. Even a saint who had sealed himself would have to deal with them seriously if they joined forces. Even a saint at the grand completion would not be a match for them. I didn't expect you to be here earlier than us. The siblings descended from the sky and landed in front of the stone gate. They naturally saw the Golden Goddess. You guys aren't slow either. The Golden Goddess glanced at Ziyun Xiao and his sister and said indifferently. No one knew her current expression or what kind of face was behind the mask. She believed that many people wanted to know. However, no one had ever seen the Golden Goddess's true face since she had started her career. The entrance to the ancient road of humanity appeared here. Could it be that person's doing? The Golden Goddess no longer paid attention to the siblings. She muttered to herself. The battle 18 years ago could be said to have been single-handedly planned by her. She had invited many peerless figures and successfully destroyed the immortal manor of the Central Province. However, one of the peerless figures she invited had gone missing. She even suspected that the mysterious person who broke into the ancestral court of the immortal mansion of the Central Plains was the missing peerless figure. Little sister, do you know who moved the entrance to the ancient road of humanity here? Zi Yunxiao's sister, Zi Yuner, asked. I do know, but I won't tell you. The Golden Goddess replied. If you know something, there's no harm in telling us. Zi Yunxiao said. Humph. The Golden Goddess snorted coldly but did not say anything else. Ha ha! At this moment, a burst of laughter was suddenly heard from behind the stone gate. Master, those people seem to know that it's you. A voice was heard from behind the stone gate. All right, let's go. A voice rang out. After that, a powerful ripple spread out from behind the stone door. After that, the stone door started to move and was actually slowly closing. It's his voice, Zi Yuner screamed. It's really him, the Golden Goddess and Zi Yunxiao's expressions changed. That person was actually going to set foot on the ancient road of humanity. Where do you think you're going? When Zi Yunxiao saw that the stone door was closing, he hurriedly rushed through the stone door in a flash. Zi Yuner hurriedly chased after her brother when she saw him rushing into the stone gate. She was afraid that her brother would be at a disadvantage. After all, that person was widely recognized as a ruthless person in the cultivation world of Buzhou ancestral planet. The entrance to the ancient road of humanity is actually closing. Chapter 2108. Rumble! The stone gate was slowly closing. Everyone was bewildered. Some wanted to rush in, but were hesitant. One must know that this was the entrance to the human race's ancient path. The human race's ancient path was incomparably dangerous. Not everyone could step on this path. It's actually closing. Someone couldn't sit still anymore. A few white-haired old men rushed over and directly entered the stone gate, disappearing into the void behind it. Roar! Just when the stone gate was about to close, a furious roar came from the north. The voice was like thunder, causing everyone's ears to ring. A golden figure rushed to the front of the stone gate. After that, it executed a technique, wanting to open the stone gate again. A mysterious golden Tao pattern rushed out from this person's hands and imprinted itself on the stone door in front of him. A powerful force surged out, and the stone door that was closing actually stopped. It's him, the old ancestor of the Gold clan. That person had a head of silver hair and was wearing a golden battle suit. It was the silver-haired ancestor of the Gold clan who had killed the two sages of the Middle State and Mortal Manor 18 years ago with his own strength. Seeing that it was the silver-haired old ancestor, everyone couldn't help but retreat. This silver-haired old ancestor was a ruthless person. In these 18 years, he fought everywhere and conquered a huge territory for the Gold clan. Even a Buddhist old ancestor from the Eastern Arrival Holy Region, who wore a Buddhist robe, couldn't gain any advantage and could only retreat back to the Eastern Arrival Holy Region. This stone gate belongs to my Gold clan. The silver-haired old ancestor directly announced the ownership of the stone gate. Given his domineering attitude, no one dared to object. In the cultivation world, strength was supreme. As long as you had absolute strength, you could intimidate everyone and obtain whatever you wanted. Because the strong wouldn't be reasonable. The words of the strong were already reasonable. Wujua, have you asked me if you want to keep the stone gate for yourself? Just when the silver-haired old ancestor announced the ownership of the stone gate, a cold laugh rang out from the south. After that, a figure appeared in the sky. It's you. The silver-haired old ancestor's pupils constricted when he saw that person. A young Taoist wearing a Taoist robe and a purple and gold Taoist crown with a divine sword on his back walked through the air. He seemed to be taking a leisurely stroll, but his speed was extremely fast. With just a few steps, he arrived near the stone door. South Pole Immortal Sovereign. The silver-haired old man stared at the young Taoist and said in a deep voice, "What? That Taoist is actually the South Pole Immortal Sovereign?" In the distance, everyone couldn't help but be shocked when they heard this. This ordinary-looking Taoist was actually the mysterious master of the South Pole Immortal Estate, the South Pole Immortal Exalt, the South Reverend, and the North Arch. The two strongest experts of the Buzhou ancestral star had met. The silver-haired ancestor was the Northern War Emperor Wujua. This Wujua was an ancestor-level figure of the Gold family. He had the human emperor battle armor and could be said to be invincible in the world. However, the master of the South Pole Immortal Manor was no pushover either. He was an existence that dared to proclaim himself as the South Pole Immortal Reverend. One must know that the title of an Immortal Reverend was not something that could be casually used. The fact that he dared to call himself an Immortal Venerable was enough to prove how powerful this South Pole Immortal Venerable was. "What do you want?" Battle Emperor Wujua stared at the young Taoist and said coldly. The human emperor battle armor on his body vibrated slightly as the aura of the human emperor revolved around it. "I don't want to do anything, but your Gold family cannot monopolize this stone door," the South Pole Immortal Reverend said indifferently. He gave off a sage-like aura as if he could fly away with the wind at any time. It was as if he shouldn't even exist in this world. Impossible. Battle Emperor Wujua's tone was extremely unyielding. There was no room for negotiation. "Amitba, Lord!" At this time, an old voice suddenly came from the east. An old monk wearing a sloppy kasaya walked over from the east. "It's you again, you big baldy." Battle Emperor Wujua couldn't help but frown when he saw this old monk. This old monk looked small and skinny, but his background was very powerful. This old monk was one of the disciples of the Arhat. In other words, the Millennium Buddha Lord was this old monk's grandmaster. The old monk's sloppy kasaya also had a powerful background. It was one of the treasures left behind by the Arhat during his nirvana. It was the ultimate treasure of the Eastern Arrival Holy Land. With the arrival of the South Pole Immortal Reverend and the Patriarch of the Eastern Arrival Holy Land, even someone as powerful as Battle Emperor Wujue felt immense pressure. Wujue, it's impossible for you to monopolize the stone door alone. The old monk put his palms together and said, "Ridiculous, you guys!" Battle Emperor Wujue's expression turned ugly. Be it the South Pole Immortal Reverend or this old monk, their cultivation and combat strength were not any weaker than his. If the two of them were to join forces, he might not even be a match for them. "What's the matter, Wujue? Haven't you made up your mind?" The South Pole Immortal Reverend said. His voice was still calm, but a powerful aura of the immortal Tao appeared from his body. It was as if a real immortal reverend had descended. Boom! Just as the three peerless experts were facing off against each other, a muffled sound rang out from behind the stone door. One could vaguely hear someone exclaiming in surprise. At this moment, a dazzling purple divine light appeared in the pitch-black void behind the stone door. The divine light dispersed the darkness and lit up the void. Behind the stone door, there were white bones everywhere. A path made of white bones extended forward. At the end of the path, a golden light was flickering. The power of the metal element was vast. The golden goddess seemed to be in trouble and was fighting with some powerful existence. What's that? A purple light shrouded two figures. They were the siblings Zi Yunxiao and Zi Yunxiao. It seems to be a creature of darkness, Zi Yunxiao said. He never expected to encounter such a powerful existence as soon as he entered the ancient road of the human race. The surroundings were eerie and terrifying, with the aura of death lingering around. It was unknown how many living beings had fallen here. The path here was actually made of white bones. It was terrifying and made one's scalp go numb. Roar! In the darkness far away, the roar of an unknown living being could be heard. On the path of bones, dried blood could be seen in some places. Evidently, someone had been injured here not long ago, or killed by the unknown living being. Chapter 2109. The ancient road of the human race was filled with dangers. Even a greater completion sage-to-be would die if they were not careful. It was a cruel path of cultivation filled with death. Only the most powerful people on Buzhou Ancestral Planet were qualified to walk on this ancient road. Roar! On the ancient road ahead, a ball of golden light suddenly appeared in the dusky world. The golden goddess displayed her supreme technique. She seemed to have turned into a divine sun, illuminating the surroundings. Under the illumination of the golden divine sun, a black shadow dissipated in the void. "What is that?" Zi Yun'er exclaimed. She seemed to have seen the figure of a demon dissipate under the supreme power of the metal element. It was just an illusion. Otherwise, why would there be demons on the ancient road of the human race? This road is very evil. Zi Yunxiao did not reply, because even he did not know what it was. A demonic figure disappeared into the void, and this scene had already surpassed his understanding. Swoosh! The dazzling golden light emitted by the golden goddess instantly disappeared. She rushed forward and quickly disappeared into the dusky world. "Come, let's go too." Zi Yunxiao was somewhat excited. This was the ancient road of the human race on Buzhou Ancestral Planet. As long as he could survive on this ancient road, he might be able to become a saint. The opportunity to become a saint had appeared. Many people began to try to break through to the saint realm. However, all of them failed and died without exception. The supremacy bloodline of the Ziyun clan naturally knew that now was not the time. There was a backup plan left behind by a supremacy in their ancestral court. To them, becoming a saint was only a matter of time. At the right time, in the right place, they would then soar into the sky. If they succeeded, they would become the first saint since the destruction of the primordial era. If they failed, they would die. The siblings also stepped onto the ancient road of the human race and disappeared at the end of the ancient road, paved with white bones. A few days later, on the ruins of the Middle State Divine Estate, the three superpowers reached an agreement. The ancient road of the human race would be jointly managed by the three superpowers. Moreover, all human cultivators could set foot on this ancient road, provided that they were not afraid of death. The three superpowers' intentions were clear. As long as you weren't afraid of death, you could enter the stone doors. The Gold family was extremely depressed. Although the Northern War Emperor was strong, the South Pole Immortal Sovereign was not weak either. Moreover, that Baldy from the East coming Holy Land had also appeared. One South Pole Immortal Reverend was easy to deal with, but with the addition of the old Baldy it would be troublesome. In this case, the Northern Battle Emperor had no choice but to take a step back. As a result, the three superpowers announced that the ancient road of the human tribe belonged to everyone in the human tribe. Anyone could step onto the ancient road. The decision of the three superpowers stirred the entire cultivation world of Bujo Ancestral Star. Some old fogies who had yet to become saints could not sit still. Someone broke through the stone door. However, it did not take long before a wretched cry rang out from behind the stone door. A human cultivator had met with a calamity. It was as if a man-eating demon was hiding behind the stone door. There was great danger behind it. People died behind the stone door one after another. Because of this, the hearts of all the cultivators turned cold. The ancient road of the human race was indeed as dangerous as the rumors said. However, there were also exceptions. Some people successfully passed the first checkpoint and stepped onto the real ancient road of the human race. Because of this, some people were hesitant. Some were willing to take a gamble. However, most people were just observing. No one was willing to take the risk, despite knowing that it was a dead end. Meanwhile, Gufei had already stepped onto the ancient road of the human race and arrived on a huge planet. This is, when everyone came out from the teleportation formation, they were shocked by the scene in front of them. They saw an ancient city that was half buried in yellow sand. This was a deserted ancient city. No one knew when it had started, but it had been abandoned by the human race. Only the transportation formation in the city was still intact. Outside the ancient city, yellow sand filled the sky. Tornadoes that connected the sky and the earth whistled past the ancient city, stirring up the yellow sand like a yellow dragon. This is the #1 city on the ancient road of the human race of Bujo Ancestral Star. Gu Zhong said in disbelief. It seemed that it had been a long time since someone set foot on the ancient road of the human race. There's the smell of blood. Suddenly, Old Flood Dragon sniffed the surrounding air and said such words. Old Jiao's cultivation had reached the peak of the almighty realm. He was only one step away from becoming a half-saint. As a member of the dragon tribe, his sense of smell was much more sensitive than ordinary people. Swoosh! Old Jiao's figure suddenly disappeared. Soon he returned with a person in his hand, a person that was covered in blood. When Gufei saw that person, he couldn't help but be stunned. That person wasn't unfamiliar to him. He was one of the 10 great heroes of the Central Plains. He was one of the 10 great heroes of the Central Plains in the past, but now he had died in a foreign land. It was truly a pity. This person was tortured to death. His arms and legs were broken, and there was a hole in his chest and abdomen. His organs were eaten by something. The fatal blow was on the person's forehead. There was a bloody hole on the person's forehead. The blood had condensed into a dark brown color. This person seems to have been dead for a few years. His body is actually immortal. Iron Blood Taoist looked at the corpse in old Jiao's hand and couldn't help but frown. This person's cultivation was not weak, but it was a pity that he was dead. They set foot on this ancient road 18 years ago. Could it be that they stayed on this planet for a few years? Gu Zhong said, this planet was filled with rolling yellow sand. The spiritual qi here was also very thin. This was not a suitable planet for cultivators to stay on for a long time. Something must have happened here. Yao Yu said, "Be careful. There might be some unknown life forms here." Gu Fei said, "The people of the Central Plains Immortal Manor would not die here for no reason. Iron Blood, bring some people to take a look." Gu Fei said to Iron Blood Taoist, he needed to understand the situation on this planet first before thinking about the next step. Yes, Iron Blood Taoist brought the 12th and 11th of the 12 bandits out of the abandoned ancient city. Their silhouettes quickly disappeared in the yellow sand. Next, everyone worked together and set up a camp next to the teleportation formation. They built a few tents. The sandstorm here was really annoying. Roar! In less than an hour, an angry roar came from afar. Yes, when Gu Fei heard this sound, he immediately rushed towards the direction of the sound. That is Chapter 2110. Roar! The roar shook the sky. It was a giant beast formed from endless yellow sand. It had the head of a tiger and the body of a dragon. It was extremely ferocious and clashed directly with the Iron Blood Taoist, forcing him to retreat continuously. "What is this?" someone from the 12 bandits exclaimed. "Why would something like this appear here?" Zhuge Liang's multicolored feather fan had already stopped. He was extremely shocked because he recognized this beast. However, this beast didn't look like this. Could it be the legendary tiger serpent? Gu Fei spoke. His eyes flickered with a bright light. The primordial chaos gave birth to countless life forms, and this tiger flood dragon was one of them. The tiger serpent had the head of a tiger and the body of a dragon. Legend had it that it was born from the essence of a white tiger and was extremely powerful. In ancient times, this beast had already gone extinct. The figure of this beast could be traced back to the Age of Legends. Roar! The Iron Blood Taoist had no choice but to use his full strength to fight against this giant beast formed from endless yellow sand. He roared again and again. The Phoenix Divine Fire, which could burn even divine metal into smoke, surged from his hands and burned towards the giant beast. Wherever the divine fire passed, large swathes of yellow sand were turned to ashes. However, the entire planet had no lack of yellow sand. The burnt yellow sand was instantly replaced by other yellow sand. How can this be? Is this monster unkillable? Yao Yu said in shock when she saw this scene. It's not that it can't be killed. It's just that I didn't hit its vitals. Gu Fei said. He knew that this beast that could control yellow sand must be hiding underground to gather power from the endless yellow sand. At this moment, the 12th and the 11th of the 12 bandits were swept away by the beast's tail. They vomited blood, heavily injured. Behind Gu Fei, the 10th and 9th brothers rushed up and took the 11th and 12th brothers back. Kill! The Iron Blood Taoist roared. Endless divine fire rushed out of his body, and the image of a phoenix appeared on his body, exploding with powerful waves. Boom! The Iron Blood Taoist only needed one strike to blow up the giant head of the tiger flood dragon condensed from yellow sand. Rumble! The tiger flood dragon's huge body fell to the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Humph! The Iron Blood Taoist snorted coldly. He descended from the sky and landed on the ground. However, just when he thought that he had defeated the tiger serpent, a furious roar came from the ground. Following that, a huge tiger head appeared in front of everyone's eyes as the boundless yellow sand surged. What? Only now did the Iron Blood Taoist realize that all his previous attacks had been in vain. The true threat came from deep underground. Open! The Iron Blood Taoist directly broke through the yellow sand in front of him with great magic power, and then escaped into the yellow sand. Boom! Not long after Iron Blood Taoist burrowed into the ground, the huge tiger flood dragon condensed from yellow sand seemed to have lost all of its strength. It fell from the sky and turned back into yellow sand. Rumble! the tiger flood dragon, disappeared from the ground, but an intense battle was still going on deep underground. Terrifying waves spread from the ground, and the yellow sand on the ground undulated like waves. Master, will Iron Blood Taoist be able to do it? Gu Zhong asked worriedly. Why don't you go and help him? Gu Fei glanced at Gu Zhong and said, This, Gu Zhong did not speak anymore. The beast underground was extremely powerful. Even an existence like the Iron Blood Taoist would not be able to kill it easily. Although he was already a great emperor, he might not be a match for the ferocious beast in the ground. Roar! An oppressive roar rang out from the depths of the earth. After that, all movements disappeared. The terrifying fluctuations calmed down. The great battle had ended. However, who won this battle, the Iron Blood Taoist or the beast? At this moment, probably no one knew the result of this battle except for Gu Fei. Bang! Very quickly, the yellow sand in front of them suddenly exploded, and a figure darted out. This person was covered in blood, his clothes were torn, and his hair was messy. He looked like a beggar who had never taken a bath before. Iron Blood Taoist. Zhuge Liang was both surprised and happy to see this person. It seemed that the winner of this battle was the Iron Blood Taoist. What is that thing? Gu Zhong asked. He was very curious as to why the beast underground could actually control the yellow sand. He had never seen or heard of such a beast before. A tiger flood dragon that has lost its physical body. The Iron Blood Taoist said. A beast that has lost its physical body. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. A tiger flood dragon that only appeared in legends had actually lost its physical body. This was too shocking. Let's go, let's leave this place. Yao Yu felt uneasy. This star was not simple. It actually had the divine soul of a beast like the tiger flood dragon. Everyone returned to the abandoned ancient city. At this moment, a series of roars came from the region, filled with yellow sand. It was as if countless ancient ferocious beasts had appeared on this planet. What's going on? Night came very quickly. By the time Gu Fei brought everyone back to the city, the sky was already dark. They discovered that there wasn't a single star in the sky. Something strange. Gu Fei looked at the sky and said, Darkness descended, but the ancient city lit up. A god orb had been fixed above the ancient city by the Iron Blood Taoist's great power. It shone with a powerful light, dispelling the darkness. In the darkness, the divine pearl above the ancient city was too conspicuous. Among the 12 great bandits, the injuries of the 11th and 12th bandits had already healed. Gu Fei had a lot of elixirs on him. Taking out 2 elixirs would be enough to heal the 2 bandits. Roar! Just as everyone settled down in the city, a terrifying roar came from the darkness outside. That was an unknown life form roaming around. This star is too strange. Everyone's expressions were incomparably grave. It was as if there were countless beasts staring at them from the darkness outside. Those fellows from the Central Plains Immortal Mansion also encountered the same situation. Gu Zhong said, The people from the Central Plains Immortal Mansion had also stopped here. There seemed to be a huge battle, and some of them had died here. Chapter 2111. It was an unknown star. They only knew that this was the first pass of the Zhou human race. However, the ancient city had been abandoned for many years. It was full of ruins, and only one teleportation formation remained intact. At this time, darkness covered the land. Apart from the floating divine pearl that illuminated the ancient city, the other places seemed to have fallen into darkness. In the darkness, the wind howled and sand filled the sky. From time to time, yellow sand would blow into the city. Roar! Terrifying roars could be heard from time to time outside the city. Huge figures could be faintly seen in the darkness. Sometimes, everyone could even hear heavy footsteps coming from outside the city. What is that thing? Everyone set up camp next to the teleportation formation. The strange phenomena outside the ancient city made everyone feel uneasy. It was as if there was something spying on them in the darkness. Although this place is very dangerous, it is also a good place to train myself. Gu Fei stood on top of a broken wall and looked around. His eyes were faintly discernible, as if he could see through the darkness outside the city. Master, do you want us to go out of the city and meet those damn things? Gu Zhong looked at Gu Fei, who was on top of the broken wall. Be careful, it should not be life-threatening. Moreover, I will take action when necessary. Gu Fei said, I was waiting for you to say that. Gu Zhong was surprised and happy. He was the first to rush out of the ancient city and into the darkness outside. Soon, Gu Zhong's shout could be heard from the darkness outside the ancient city. I will go too. Old Jiao could not sit still. He was only one step away from becoming a half-step saint. However, he could not take that step. He wanted to make a breakthrough in his cultivation through training. Roar! Old Jiao roared and soared into the sky. He transformed into his true form. A 10,000-meter-long dragon appeared in the sky above the ancient city. A terrifying dragon aura spread in all directions. The darkness around the ancient city seemed to be dispelled by the dragon aura. The giant dragon leaped into the air and rushed into the darkness outside the ancient city, disappearing. However, the powerful true dragon aura still lingered. Following that, more and more people walked out of the ancient city. In the end, even Yao Yu left the ancient city, entering the darkness outside. Zhong Li Meng didn't fall behind either. She was traveling with Yao Yu, and the two of them had common topics to talk about. When they were together, they could look after each other. The iron-blood Taoist did not leave the ancient city. Instead, he sat cross-legged on an empty space beside the teleportation array and closed his eyes to rest. Meanwhile, the 12 bandits under the iron-blood Taoist all moved out and entered the darkness outside the ancient city. Soon, the 12 bandits encountered the mysterious creature in the darkness outside the city, and a fierce battle broke out. Gu Fei did not leave because he felt that he no longer needed any training. He could already reach that level, but now was not the time. Of those who came out of Gu Fei's inner world, only the iron-blood Taoist remained in the ancient city. The others had all left. The first trial of the human race had long been taken away. This star was completely occupied by unknown creatures of darkness. These creatures of darkness were extremely powerful. Previously, the iron-blood Taoist had encountered a tiger flood dragon that had lost its body. Rumble, the void trembled. At this moment, Gu Zhong's body emitted golden light. With him as the center, the area within a radius of 1,000 feet was illuminated by the golden light emitted from his body. Powerful metal elemental energy surged out of his body and dispersed the surrounding darkness. Roar! A roar resounded from the darkness in front of Gu Zhong. The sound was earth-shattering, and the darkness in front of him stirred up a torrent of yellow sand. A giant tiger walked out of the darkness. The giant tiger was 30 feet tall and 40 to 50 feet long. It was completely formed from yellow sand. A fierce and ruthless aura emanated from the giant tiger's body. Could it be that these things hiding in the darkness are ghosts? Gu Zhong knew that only evil spirits that had lost their corporeal bodies would use other things to condense their corporeal bodies. Roar! Just as Gu Zhong's mind was spinning, the giant tiger formed from yellow sand had already leaped up from the ground and pounced towards him. Evil creature! Gu Zhong roared and directly punched out. Bang! His punch landed on the tiger's head, causing it to explode and turn into yellow sand that scattered on the ground. At the same time, the giant tiger's claws had already fiercely scratched Gu Zhong's chest. Gu Zhong cultivated metal elemental energy, and his metal martial body was extremely powerful. Even a divine weapon refined by a great perfection, quasi-saint, wouldn't be able to hurt him. The sharp claws of the giant tiger scratched his body, but it was no different from scratching an itch. However, Although this ferocious tiger was formed from yellow sand and wasn't a real giant beast with flesh and blood, the force of its pounce was still very strong. It actually knocked Guzhong back a few steps. Good fella, it's not weak at all. Guzhong was secretly shocked. This giant tiger that was condensed from yellow sand was not simple. At this time, the giant tiger that he had blasted away condensed a tiger head once again. It can repair itself. Could it be that the spirit of this giant tiger is hiding underground? Guzhong recalled the battle between the Iron Blood Taoist and the Tiger Flood Dragon. The spirit of the Tiger Flood Dragon was hiding underground. Even if the body formed from yellow sand was destroyed, it wouldn't have much effect on the spirit underground. The giant tiger formed from yellow sand would only disappear after the spirit of the giant tiger was destroyed. Roar! The giant tiger roared and pounced towards Guzhong again. Preposterous! Guzhong struck out with the heaven-covering palm, and the giant golden palm directly slapped the giant yellow sand tiger into the ground. However, very quickly the yellow sand rolled and another giant tiger appeared in front of him. Where is it hiding? Guzhong carefully sensed the chilling aura coming from the giant yellow sand tiger. Bang! Just as the giant yellow sand tiger pounced towards him again, Guzhong directly broke through the yellow sand in front of him and entered the yellow sand. He directly attacked the giant tiger spirit. Swoosh! As if sensing danger, the giant yellow sand tiger on the ground turned into yellow sand and fell to the ground the moment Guzhong entered the ground. While Guzhong and the giant yellow sand tiger were fighting, battles broke out in other places. Zhong Limeng and Yao Yu encountered a ferocious bird and fell into a bitter battle. Croak! Chapter 2112. Croak! The bird swooped down from the sky, stirring up astral winds that blew sand everywhere. An incomparably ferocious aura spread out. Buzz! The void trembled, and a water-blue astral wind rushed out from Yao Yu's body, enveloping her and Zhong Limeng within. The power of the water element was vast and mighty. Yao Yu had the water element physique and cultivated the power of the water element. At this moment, she didn't hesitate to act. Swish! The bird's sharp claws clawed at the layer of astral wind, forcibly tearing a large hole in it. Its sharp claws then reached towards the barrier. Bang! At this moment, Zhong Liming's hands conjured a huge seal and smashed upwards, clashing fiercely with the bird's claws. This was a seal formed from immortal Tao energy, a great art of the Zhong Liming clan. It was an extraordinary art, able to transform anything in the world into a powerful attack to kill the opponent. However, that ferocious bird was too powerful. Its sharp claws actually managed to grab onto the huge seal, as if it was trying to crush the seal. Explode! At this moment, Zhong Liming shouted. Boom! With a bang, the seal actually exploded. Countless immortal Tao patterns rushed out of the seal and turned into a destructive force that blasted the bird's claws into countless grains of sand. Croak! The bird screeched, flapped its wings, and soared into the sky. What a powerful bird! Zhong Liming and Yao Yu were incomparably shocked. A bird formed from yellow sand was actually so powerful. If its main body was still here, wouldn't it be even more powerful? The bird flew up into the sky, but it didn't fly away. Zhong Liming and Yao Yu were its prey, and it wouldn't let them go so easily. What should we do? Yao Yu asked Zhong Liming. What else can we do? Think of a way to kill this fellow and we'll be safe. Zhong Liming stared at the bird in the sky. At this moment, the surroundings were pitch black, and only the divine light from Zhong Liming's lamp illuminated the surroundings. Otherwise, they would be blind in the darkness. How? Yao, you couldn't think of any good ideas because the bird was in the sky and they were on the ground. In this kind of place, they didn't dare to casually fly in the sky. Take it. Zhong Limeng handed the lamp to Yao Yu, and then used his clan's great technique. Immortal power quickly gathered in his left hand, and a large bow appeared in his hand. She took half a step back and pulled the bowstring. A divine arrow appeared on the bowstring. Swoosh! Zhong Li Meng conjured a godly bow and arrow, then knocked the arrow and shot it towards the ferocious beast that was circling in the sky. The godly arrow transformed into a ray of godly light, piercing through the void and arriving below the ferocious beast in an instant. The ferocious bird seemed to have sensed danger and did not clash head-on with the divine arrow. Instead, it quickly flew to the side and dodged Zhong Li Meng's arrow. Cunning bastard! Zhong Li Meng couldn't help but curse. She immediately fired several arrows, but they were all dodged by the ferocious bird in the sky. The two of them faced off against the ferocious bird. At this time, a fierce battle had erupted elsewhere. The 12 great bandits had encountered a huge fellow. It was a 3,000-meter-tall giant. Boom! The giant formed from yellow sand held a stone club in his hand, and he fiercely smashed it towards the 12 great bandits. The powerful force caused dust to fill the air below. The 12 great bandits were shocked and hurriedly dodged. Die! The 12th of the 12 great bandits waved his hand, and a crescent moon of cold light immediately flew out from his hand. It instantly enlarged and slashed towards the giant's neck. This was the divine weapon refined by the 12th, the crescent blade. Bam! The giant formed from yellow sand waved the stone club in his hand and smashed the crescent blade away, then stomped on the 12th. The 12th was shocked and hurriedly dodged. Boom! When the giant's foot landed, the entire ground trembled. A huge footprint appeared on the yellow sand, causing one's heart to palpitate. Third brother, fourth brother, go underground and slay that spirit. The rest of you, hold this fellow back. Zhu Guiliang loudly said. He was the strategist of the 12 great bandits, and was very intelligent. He knew that there was only one way to destroy this thing, and that was to slay the spirit that controlled it. However, the third brother and the fourth brother were not the iron blood Taoists. They dove into the yellow sand and were unable to find the giant's spirit in a short time. Bam! A copper hammer directly smashed into the giant's abdomen, and a large amount of yellow sand scattered. Some of the bandits desperately attacked the giant with their divine weapons. Clang! A bandit with a divine sword slapped the divine sword on his back, and a divine light immediately rushed out from the scabbard. It turned into a white dragon and slashed towards the yellow sand giant. The bandits attacked with all their strength, and their momentum was vast. Powerful energy, ripples spread in all directions. Whoosh! Zhuge Liang waved the 5-colored feather fan in his hand, and a ball of 5-colored divine fire immediately rushed out of the feather fan. It instantly turned into a monstrous fire that enveloped the 1,000-meter-tall yellow sand giant in the divine fire. The yellow sand giant roared angrily as it charged out of the divine fire. It suffered a series of heavy blows, and half of its body was turned into yellow sand. However, as long as the spirit was still underground, the yellow sand giant would not be destroyed. The yellow sand under the yellow sand giant's feet quickly gathered, and the yellow sand that had fallen off the giant's body was replenished. In just a few breaths, the yellow sand giant had recovered. This, everyone was extremely shocked. At this time, the third brother and the fourth brother had already sensed the existence of the spirit underground. However, the spirit was very cunning and kept moving underground. This way, it would not be easy for the third brother and the fourth brother to find the spirit. Bam! At this time, the yellow sand giant on the ground sent the 8th brother and the 9th brother of the 12 bandits flying hundreds of feet away with blood seeping from the corner of their mouths. The yellow sand giant then swung its stone staff, and a few more people were sent flying. Even Zhuge Liang had to retreat, not daring to face the giant head-on. Boss, this fellow is too strong. Why don't we ask the Iron Blood boss to deal with this fellow? Someone said. No, we can't ask the Iron Blood boss unless it's a matter of life and death. Chapter 21:13. Rumble. Outside the ancient city, the battle raged on. Everyone had encountered powerful opponents, but these opponents were all Een spirits hidden underground. These Een spirits had lost their physical bodies and were only left with their soul bodies. They could only condense yellow sand and transform into their original forms to fight. It was precisely because of this that it was difficult for these Een spirits to display their various great techniques when they were alive. Otherwise, forget about Gu Zhong and the others. Even if it was Gu Fei who faced these Een spirits at their peak, he would still have to flee. It would be impossible for him to contend against them. One should know that powerful creatures like the tiger serpent and the roc were extremely powerful when they were alive, comparable to the honorable ones. Even if Gu Fei were to become a saint, he would still be no match for them. Master, are you really not going to help them? The iron-blood Taoist who was sitting cross-legged in the open space next to the teleportation array suddenly said. Gu Fei shook his head and said, "If I don't experience life and death battles, how can I become a powerhouse?" Only those who had walked through mountains of corpses and seas of blood were worthy of being called experts. Cultivators without such experiences, no matter how strong their cultivation was or how high their realm was, were just flowers in a greenhouse. When faced with a real life and death battle, it was very likely that they would be killed by those weaker than them. In Gu Fei's opinion, combat experience was very important. The iron-blood Taoist fell silent. He himself had walked through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, so he naturally knew the importance of this kind of training for a cultivator. At this moment, Zhong Li Meng and Yao Yu were in a predicament. The beast that was formed from sand was extremely powerful. It kept circling around them and did not fight them head-on. This vicious bird wanted to exhaust them to death. On this planet, the heaven and earth spiritual qi was very thin. Zhong Li Meng and Yao Yu couldn't replenish their spiritual qi from the outside world. The more they used their energy, the less energy they had. In the end, their outcome could be imagined. What should we do? Zhong Li Meng and Yao Yu's clothes were drenched in sweat. They had weapons in their hands, and the ferocious bird did not dare to come near them. However, it was also difficult for them to destroy the ferocious bird. Moreover, this ferocious bird wasn't his original body. It was only an existence similar to a doppelganger formed from the condensed yellow sand of Een soul energy. Even if he could kill this ferocious bird formed from yellow sand, it would be useless. Protect me. Suddenly, Yao Yu shouted to Zhong Li Meng. Then, she sat cross-legged on the ground and started to circulate her Xian Qi. Swoosh! A blue vertical mark appeared between Yao Yu's eyebrows. It was as if a divine eye had appeared between her eyebrows and was about to open. This is... When Zhong Li Meng saw this, she couldn't help being startled. She recognized the secret technique that Yao Yu was using and couldn't help revealing an envious gaze. At this moment, Zhong Li Meng was holding a divine lamp in his left hand and a purple pearl in his right. This was the purple thunder pearl of heaven and earth. It was a type of thunder pearl that had been refined by a powerful being who had gathered the power of the 9 heavens' purple thunder. Even a quasi-sage would be blasted into smithereens if they were struck by the purple lightning bead, let alone a half-sage or a mighty figure. Zhong Li Meng only had 3 of these purple lightning beads in his possession. This kind of magic treasure, every time it was used, it would be 1 less. Unless one knew how to refine the pure yang purple lightning, otherwise, no one would dare to refine these purple lightning beads. After all, the slightest bit of carelessness could cause one to lose control of the 9 heavens' purple lightning beads and cause one to explode into pieces. At this moment, the flying beast that was circling around Zhong Li Meng and Yao Yu seemed to sense danger and became slightly uneasy. It cried out incessantly. The ferocious bird wanted to charge towards Zhong Li Meng, but it was afraid of the heavenly purple lightning pearl in Zhong Li Meng's hands. It must be known that the 9 heavens' purple lightning pearl was of the purest yang attribute and was the nemesis of all Een and evil. Buzz! A sword hum resounded as a ray of violet light shot out from between Yao Yu's eyebrows and transformed into a ray of sword light that shot into the sky. It instantly caught up to the flying beast and circled around its body. Whoosh! The flying beast instantly turned into a pile of yellow sand that rained down from the sky. Seeing this scene, Zhong Li Meng was incomparably shocked. Such a powerful beast had actually been killed just like that, and to her it felt surreal. Are the 9 secrets of immortal Tao really that powerful? Zhong Li Meng muttered to herself. Yao Yu's strength seemed to be about the same as hers, but if she used the 9 secrets of immortal Tao, she could definitely kill her in an instant. The supreme immortal Tao technique created by the supreme Tao ancestor was truly heaven-defying. At this moment, the primordial sword that had killed the flying beast didn't fly back to Yao Yu. Instead, it flew down from the sky, broke through the yellow sand on the ground, and burrowed into the ground. Very soon, a mournful bird cry came from the depths of the earth. Whoosh! The primordial sword rushed out of the ground and flew back to Yao Yu, entering between her eyebrows. The primordial sword of materialization of the Taos. I didn't think she'd already mastered such a killing technique. Zhong Li Meng thought to herself. She was extremely envious. After all, that was a supreme god technique, and it was extraordinary. However, she had no other thoughts in her mind. After all, Yao Yu was Gu Fei's disciple. Whoosh! At this moment, Yao Yu let out a long breath and stood up from the ground. Using the primordial spirit of Tao sword god technique, just now had almost drained all the essence qi in her body. She wasn't Gu Fei, who had the boundless spiritual qi in his inner world to back him up. He wasn't afraid of exhausting the essence qi in his body, but Yao Yu was different. She didn't have an inner world. In this place, the spiritual qi was thin, and the essence qi in her body couldn't be replenished once it was exhausted. I can't take it anymore, let's go back, Yao Yu said. At this moment, her body was empty, and it was difficult for her to use the 9 secrets of immortal Tao again. If another flying beast like that appeared, she would be in big trouble. All right, Zhong Li Meng nodded. With their cultivation, wandering in this place would definitely be life-threatening. After all, even a half-sage would find it hard to protect themselves here. In the endless darkness, the ancient city was like a bright lamp. Soon, Zhong Li Meng and Yao Yu returned to the ancient city. Their cultivation was the weakest among the group, so Gu Fei and the Iron Blood Taoist weren't surprised by their return. This was to be expected. In the darkness outside the ancient city, the unknowning spirits were extremely powerful. Roar! Gu Zhong's roar came from afar. He had encountered a powerful opponent and was fighting it out. The battle was definitely fierce, and the powerful shockwaves even spread to the ancient city. A fierce battle also broke out on the side of the 12 bandits. Even though Zhuge Liang was a half-sage, he couldn't gain any advantage in front of the yellow sand giant. In the end, the 12 bandits killed the Yin spirit controlling the yellow sand giant, but it was a Pyrrhic victory. Among the 12 bandits, 7 or 8 were almost crippled. Even Zhuge Liang was seriously injured. Chapter 21:14. Not long after Zhong Li Meng and Yao Yu returned to the ancient city, the 12 bandits also retreated, and they were in a much more miserable state than Zhong Li Meng's group. 7 or 8 of the 12 bandits were almost crippled. Even Zhuge Liang was severely injured, his right arm was torn off, and his 5-colored feather fan was nowhere to be found. What happened? Seeing his subordinates retreat in such a miserable state, the Iron Blood Taoist could no longer sit still and stood up. Boss, we've met a big guy. The second of the 12 bandits, Jade-Faced Playboy, said. Then he explained what had happened. Could it be that the interior of this planet is a place where evil spirits gather? The Iron Blood Taoist pondered after hearing Jade-Faced Playboy's words. If there was really another world inside this planet, then it would be troublesome. Very well, then we'll stay here for a while longer. Gu Fei said. This was a good place for training. There were incomparably powerful Yin spirits, and it was just the right place for his subordinates to train on this star. "Master, what are you doing?" Yao Yu said, confused. "How can one truly grow without experiencing hardships?" Gu Fei looked at Yao Yu and said, "Yes." Yao Yu nodded. "All right, you guys rest in the ancient city first. Then we'll continue on our way." Gu Fei glanced at the crowd. "Yes, master." The iron-blood Taoist and the others quickly replied. Following that, Gu Fei took out some spiritual herbs to treat everyone's injuries. A few hours later, everyone's injuries were completely healed, and they regained their vigor once more. Yao Yu and Zhong Li Meng had spiritual medicine with them, and after taking it, they completely recovered their yuan qi. Roar! Outside the ancient city, Gu Zhong's angry roar came from the darkness. He was still fighting with the evil spirits, and a powerful energy wave spread in all directions. Even old Jiao was fighting with all his might. Dragon qi spread out for 30,000 miles, and he was fighting with a dragon shadow in the sky. The dragon's roar shook the sky. That dragon shadow was a huge dragon condensed from yellow sand. The powerful dragon's soul power was vast and mighty. This huge dragon could actually use some of the dragon race's divine abilities. The old flood dragon had met his match. He wanted to devour the dragon's soul. One must know that it was the purest dragon's power in the world. If he could devour this dragon's soul, he might be able to go one step further. He might be able to successfully break through the bottleneck of cultivation and become a semi-sage. "Ha! Come at me. I'll kill as many as you come." On a sand dune 100 miles away from the ancient city, Gu Zhongxing smashed a tiger made of yellow sand into pieces with a single punch. Rumble! At this moment, a huge sand dune suddenly rose a few dozen feet in front of Gu Zhong. Then endless yellow sand surged as an incomparably huge centipede soared into the sky. Seeing this scene, Gu Zhong couldn't help but be shocked. This centipede was incomparably huge. Its head was as big as a small mountain, and its body was more than 10 miles long. Monstrous demonic qi spread out from the centipede's body. The surrounding darkness seemed to be dispersed by this demonic qi. It was extremely terrifying. Unexpectedly, a big guy has come. Gu Zhong couldn't laugh anymore. "Die!" Gu Zhong soared into the sky and directly attacked the incomparably huge centipede. His qi was earth-shattering. He used the 8 desolation steps, and with just one step, he arrived above the head of the centipede. Bang! Gu Zhong immediately changed his move and took the first step of the 8 kill steps. A powerful force descended from his feet, and a black spatial crack appeared in the void below his feet. Boom! With a loud bang, Gu Zhong's right leg stomped on the centipede's head. A powerful destructive force instantly erupted, and the giant head of the centipede, which was as large as a small mountain, immediately exploded. Half of the head was crushed by his stomp, turning into yellow sand that sprinkled down from the sky. Shwa! At the instant when Gu Zhong's foot stepped on the head of the centipede, a chain of yellow sand suddenly rushed out from the body of the centipede, wrapping around his entire body. Rumble! The centipede flipped over and pressed towards Gu Zhong. Roar! Gu Zhong roared in anger. A powerful martial strength erupted from his body, and the chain of yellow sand was immediately broken by him. Heaven-covering palm. Gu Zhong dodged the attack of the centipede, and then he pressed his palm down. Martial, true qi surged out, and a huge palm appeared in the sky. It emitted a terrifying energy fluctuation as it slammed down towards the centipede below. The power of the martial skill, heaven-covering palm, was extremely powerful. The area that was enveloped by the palm trembled. Boom! The huge palm that Gu Zhong had conjured slammed onto the centipede, and the yellow sand centipede, which was over a dozen miles long, was actually slammed down from the sky. However, such an attack was unable to destroy the centipede. It was just something that was condensed from the soul of a big demon. Only by destroying the soul of the centipede demon would the incomparably huge centipede disappear. Clang! The sound of metal clashing could be heard from Gu Zhong's body. Wang. He spread his hands apart, and densely packed golden divine swords rushed out from his body, lining up around him. Every golden divine sword emitted an extremely powerful metal elemental power. Go! Gu Zhong waved his hands, and the countless golden divine swords in front of him immediately turned into rays of resplendent sword light, piercing towards the centipede that was charging up from the ground. Pooh! 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 Yellow sand flew everywhere, and countless golden sword light descended from the sky, piercing into the body of the yellow sand giant centipede. Bang! 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 The moment the golden sword light pierced into the body of the yellow sand giant centipede, they all exploded, transforming into extremely terrifying power. Countless yellow sand fell from the body of the giant centipede. The giant centipede was almost beaten back to its original form by Gu Zhong's attack. The body of the centipede was densely packed with large holes. Human, don't waste your energy. We are indestructible. A voice suddenly rang out from the void. Centipede demon. Gu Zhong could not help but be shocked, but he quickly calmed down. Although the other party's demonic aura was soaring, it had lost its physical body and was like a beast without teeth. No matter how ferocious it was useless. What a joke! I have already killed quite a number of ghosts like you. Gu Zhong said disdainfully. Are you sure you really killed those guys? The voice rang out. Could it be? Chapter 21:15. The first stage of the Buzhou human ancient path was extremely dangerous. There seemed to be countless ghosts hidden within the entire planet. Moreover, these ghosts seemed to belong to ancient races. Rumble, the centipede, which was more than 10 kilometers long, charged towards Gu Zhong. Powerful demonic aura rippled for hundreds of thousands of kilometers, even dispersing the surrounding darkness. Endless yellow sand was tumbling, and the heaven-devouring centipede, which was completely made of yellow sand, displayed great power. With just a leap, the ground immediately sank, and the yellow sand rushed up into the sky. A golden vertical mark appeared between Gu Zhong's eyebrows. A golden sword shadow rushed out from between his eyebrows and stabbed into the centipede's head. Roar! The voice rang out again. The mysterious existence seemed to have encountered something unbelievable, and its voice was filled with terror. Just as the golden sword light stabbed into the centipede's body, the centipede, which was as huge as a mountain, began to collapse. It started from its head and spread towards its body. How is this possible? The mysterious existence roared. The centipede was collapsing, turning back into yellow sand that fell from the sky. The powerful ghost power that had condensed the centipede was rapidly being destroyed. Swoosh! The golden sword shadow pierced through the centipede's tail, bringing with it a large cloud of yellow sand. The centipede, which was more than 10 kilometers long, turned back into yellow sand just like that. This is a killing technique that specializes in destroying the essence soul. It's an essence soul, Tao, sword created by the Tao ancestor. The mysterious existence's incredulous voice came from the darkness. Wasn't such an ancient and powerful killing technique long lost? You're quite knowledgeable, said Gu Zhong indifferently. Gu Zhong said indifferently. At this moment, the golden sword light made a turn in the air and flew back to him, returning to the space between his eyebrows. It's actually the secret technique created by the Tao ancestor. The mysterious existence was shocked. But even that secret technique can't kill us. Our current state is something you can never imagine. Don't waste your energy. The mysterious being said these words. It doesn't matter to me whether I kill you or not, said Gu Zhong with a smile. You want to use us to sharpen your blade. The mysterious existence quickly figured out Gu Zhong's intentions. This fellow wanted to use the Yin spirits on this planet to temper himself and increase his cultivation and combat strength. Countless years ago, the human race seemed to have done this, sending some geniuses of the human race to this star to temper themselves. Many of them even died here. However, in the past tens of thousands of years, not a single human had set foot on this planet. The 9 days will end here. I will challenge you again tomorrow. Gu Zhong turned around and left. Very well, it's been a long time since someone dared to talk to me like this. I'll wait for you. In the dark, that mysterious existence spoke. The mysterious person didn't stop Gu Zhong, allowing him to leave. Very quickly, Gu Zhong returned to the ancient city. Senior brother, you're too amazing. You actually came back so easily. Yao Yu walked towards Gu Zhong and said, Don't you see who it is? When have I, your senior brother, ever suffered a loss? Gu Zhong said proudly, ever since he became an almighty sovereign, it was inevitable that he would feel a little smug. Gu Fei saw all of this, but he didn't say anything. Roar! Just as Gu Zhong returned to the ancient city, a dragon's roar was heard from afar. Endless flames burned half of the sky, dispersing the endless darkness. A fire dragon broke through the darkness that shrouded the sky and rushed towards Gu Zhong. Senior brother Red Dragon is back too. Seeing the fire dragon, everyone's eyes lit up. Old Jiao had returned. He descended from the sky, riding on a fire cloud. When he landed in the ancient city, he turned into a human. Second senior brother. When Yao Yu saw the wounds on old Jiao's body, she couldn't help but be shocked. Old Jiao's body was covered with wounds. She could tell that he had just experienced a fierce battle. Master. After old Jiao returned to the ancient city, he quickly came before Gu Fei and bowed to Gu Fei. Gu Fei nodded and didn't say anything. Old Jiao retreated to the side. Junior brother, how did you end up like this? Do you need me to help you get back at him? Gu Zhong patted old Jiao's shoulder and said, Thank you, senior brother. I can handle this matter. Old Jiao said, That's good. Gu Zhong didn't say anything else. Then everyone found a place in the ancient city and sat down cross-legged. They slowly digested the process of fighting with the apparitions. It was a very precious experience. Gu Fei wouldn't leave this place in a short time. It wasn't until 24 hours later that the darkness that shrouded the sky gradually receded. Outside the ancient city, the sky was still filled with sand and dust. During the day, the apparitions didn't dare to come out. All the apparitions were in hiding. Everyone was still cultivating and comprehending. They didn't relax at all. No one wanted to be weak, especially those who were already at a bottleneck in their cultivation. Time passed quickly. The yellow sand raged outside the ancient city. But inside the ancient city, especially around the teleportation formation, there was very little yellow sand blowing in. Another 24 hours passed, and the darkness came again. When the darkness shrouded the sky and the earth, everyone sitting around the teleportation formation stood up almost at the same time. Outside the ancient city, a bone-chilling roar gradually sounded. When the darkness came, the planet seemed to have opened the gates of hell, and all the horrifying apparitions crawled out of hell. It's time! Gu Zhong was the first to walk out of the ancient city and disappear into the darkness outside. Roar! Old Jiao let out a long roar and soared into the sky. He turned into a fire dragon, broke through the darkness, and rushed into the darkness outside the city, disappearing without a trace. Then the 12 bandits, Zhonglimeng and Yao Yu, also left the ancient city. Very soon, everyone encountered the wandering apparitions outside the ancient city. A great battle broke out, and powerful energy waves spread into the ancient city. Gu Fei and the iron-blood Taoist guarded the ancient city. They sensed the movements outside the ancient city, and once the people outside were in danger, they would act. This was just training. Gu Fei wasn't sending them to their deaths. These people were the strongest under him. If they returned to the soaring dragon ancestral star, these people could fight for him everywhere. After a few hours, people outside the ancient city started to return. This time, the first to return to the ancient city was the 12 bandits. Behind the 12 bandits, Zhongli Meng and Yao Yu also returned to the ancient city. They encountered a powerful apparition, and their bodies were stained with blood. Obviously, this was not the blood of an apparition, because apparitions didn't have physical bodies. Chapter 21:16. Darkness shrouded the first stage of the ancient path of the human race on Buzhou ancestral star. Only an abandoned ancient city shone brightly like a bright lamp in the darkness. Shrill cries and heavy footsteps could be heard from time to time in the darkness outside the ancient city, but not a single dark creature dared to break into the ancient city. This ancient city was not simple. Even though it had been abandoned, it still had a certain deterrent power that prevented countless dark creatures from entering. Even Gu Fei could not understand why this was the case. Even Gu Fei, a powerful existence who had touched upon that level, could not sense anything strange in the ancient city. This was exactly what he wanted. He did not need to use a supreme divine weapon to deter countless dark creatures, which saved him a lot of trouble. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Every time Gu Zhong and the others left the ancient city to train in the darkness, they would more or less encounter powerful opponents. Once, Old Flood Dragon was seriously injured and on the verge of death. He was chased out of the ancient city by a terrifying dark creature. Gu Zhong also encountered a powerful opponent in the darkness and fought a life and death battle. He returned with serious injuries, and his powerful imperial martial body was almost crippled. This star was simply a graveyard from the primordial era. Countless creatures of darkness were hidden here. Most of these creatures were extremely powerful ancient species. When the light descended, the creatures of darkness would retreat. In this half a month, Gu Fei only left the ancient city once. He wanted to find the hiding place of the dark creatures. He only realized how extraordinary this star was when he walked on it. This star did not seem to be like this at first. There were countless bones under the yellow sand. This star seemed to have really buried an era. However, there was very little news about the first stage of the ancient path of the human race on Buzhou ancestral star because no one had set foot on this ancient path for tens of thousands of years. Ever since the central province, Immortal Mansion, took control of the ancient path of the human race, they had not opened it because they had instructed that opening the ancient path of the human race would bring disaster. This time, the people of the ancestral court of the middle ground had been forced into a corner, which was why they had opened the ancient road of the human clan. The entrance to the ancient road of the human tribe was really full of unknown dangers. Even someone like the Golden Goddess had encountered quite a bit of trouble after entering the entrance. It should be known that the Golden Goddess was a powerful existence at the greater mastery quasi-sage level. As Gu Fei walked on this star, all he could see was yellow sand. Sometimes, under some hills, there were even bones that were swept into the air by the strong wind. Soon, Gu Fei discovered something. He found an ancient stone tablet that was hundreds of meters tall in an ancient ruin. The ancient stone tablet was filled with traces left behind by the passage of time. There were 2 large words on the stone tablet. These words were incomparably ancient and could be traced back to ancient times. Bury heaven. Gu Fei sensed an inexplicable Taoist rhyme from the 2 ancient characters on the stone tablet. This Taoist rhyme had not dissipated even after countless years. From the Taoist rhyme emitted from the ancient characters, Gu Fei understood the meaning of these 2 ancient characters. This star was actually an ominous place. Bury heaven. Could it be that this star had actually buried an entire world and countless living beings were buried here? Bury heaven. These 2 words shocked Gu Fei greatly. The Bury Heaven star and the first trial of the ancient road of the human clan. Why were these 2 actually connected? Why did the ancient humans set the first trial here? No one knew, not even Gu Fei, because this secret had been buried in the merciless passage of time. There was more than just yellow sand on the Berry Heaven Star. Gu Fei left the ancient ruin and continued forward. Soon, he discovered that the ground in front of him had collapsed. As he got closer, he saw that the collapsed ground was actually an endless black sea. In other regions of this planet, gales howled and yellow sand filled the sky. But here, the gales disappeared, and the yellow sand that filled the sky disappeared. The surroundings were incomparably quiet, and the black sea in front of them was as calm as a mirror. Gu Fei could clearly sense a chilling aura emanating from the black sea in front of him. Could it be that those creatures of darkness are hiding in the Black Sea? Gu Fei mumbled to himself. He observed for a long time, but couldn't find anything. In the end, he simply sat down on a sand dune next to the Black Sea. He looked at the sky and saw that there were still a few more hours before the star would fall into darkness. On this Berry Heaven Star, the change between light and darkness took about 24 hours. This phenomenon had a certain pattern. No one knew how this phenomenon was formed. There was no wind on the sand dune, and the surroundings were incomparably silent. A few hours passed in the blink of an eye for Gu Fei. Soon, the sky and earth in front of him darkened. Then, a scene that shocked Gu Fei appeared. The waters of the Black Sea were rapidly disappearing, and the heavens and earth were rapidly darkening. When the waters of the Black Sea had disappeared, the entire planet was enveloped in darkness. Gu Fei couldn't believe this scene. The endless Black Sea had disappeared, but the entire star had fallen into darkness. In the depths of the Black Sea, a black whirlpool appeared. Roar! A roar came from the whirlpool. Then, a ferocious beast that looked like a qilin rushed out. A monstrous demonic aura immediately appeared between heaven and earth. It wasn't a real qilin divine beast, it was just a Yin soul. However, even though it was just a Yin soul, it emitted an incomparably powerful aura. Roar! The qilin roared towards the sky, causing the entire sky and earth to shake. Very soon, the qilin discovered Gu Fei. It directly stepped on the fiery clouds and emitted a powerful battle intent as it charged toward Gu Fei in a domineering manner. Humph! Gu Fei snorted coldly and stood up on the sand dune. Then he threw a punch at the qilin that was charging at him. A violent force surged out. Boom! With a loud bang, the ferocious and incomparably powerful qilin soul was blown apart by Gu Fei's punch and dissipated in the void. Just as Gu Fei killed the qilin, powerful Yin souls continuously rushed out from the whirlpool in front of him. There were 9 ferocious and violent ancient living beings. Each of the ancient living beings, Yin souls, was extremely powerful. Among them, there was a purple dragon that was even more ferocious. Its draconic aura spread for 30,000 miles. Chapter 21:17. The sky burial star was shrouded in darkness. A vortex appeared in the depths of the Black Sea. The dark vortex seemed to be connected to the underworld. Countless vile souls were roaring inside. Boom! In the sky above the Black Sea, Gu Fei unleashed a great technique, fighting against a huge dragon. Powerful energy ripples spread out in all directions, shaking the entire world. The sky burial star was vast. Although it was not as big as the home planets of life, it was not small. The Black Sea was millions of miles away from the ancient city. The commotion here did not alarm the people in the ancient city. Just as Gu Fei and the dragon were fighting, countless powerful creatures of darkness rushed out of the pitch-black vortex and scattered in all directions. Bang! Gu Fei punched the dragon away, then rushed into the vortex. He wanted to see what was behind the vortex. How could there be so many dark creatures hiding inside? This was definitely a great secret of the sky burial star. Roar! The dragon roared, shaking the sky. The dragon's soul actually chased after Gu Fei. It was ferocious. Even though it was only a soul, it was still extremely powerful. Die. Gu Fei didn't even turn his head. A ray of sword light shot out from between his eyebrows and flew behind him. It circled around the huge dragon and immediately tore it into several pieces. The huge soul dissipated into the void. This was one of the 9 secrets of the immortal way, the sword of the way of the primordial spirit. It was the bane of all primordial spirits and e'en souls. As long as one was hit by this sword of the great path, there would only be one result: death in body and soul. After slaying the dragon, Gu Fei rushed into the pitch-black whirlpool in a flash. There was not a single trace of light in the whirlpool, and a chilling aura spread out from it. Roar! A huge roar was heard. A powerful e'en soul came from the front, which surprised Gu Fei. He used the martial eye of the heavenly path and saw a huge creature coming at him. Boom! Violet sword light flew out. The sword of the great path rushed forward. Gu Fei used the sword of the way, wanting to destroy the vile soul that was coming at him. The fierce soul seemed to have sensed danger and instantly soared into the sky, dodging the attack of Gu Fei's essence soul Dao sword. This, Gu Fei didn't expect the vile soul's reaction and speed to be so fast. Its enormous body was actually incomparably agile. Seeing that the vile soul had dodged his attack, he did not continue to attack it. Instead, he directly advanced towards the dark void. This was a world of darkness without a trace of light. The ferocious spirits were silently wandering in the darkness. Gu Fei's sudden appearance was as eye-catching as a bright lamp in this world of darkness. There was only the aura of death in this world. There was no trace of life. Of Gu Fei, the ripples of life on him were too strong. Human, how dare you break into this place? A wave of divine will came from the depths of this dark world. At this time, an unknown powerful existence sensed Gu Fei's existence. He is mine. No one can take him from me. Another wave of divine was transmitted over. He belongs to whoever gets him. A third wave of divine will came. In the depths of the darkness, there was a powerful existence that wanted to take Gu Fei away. For these vile souls without physical bodies, Gu Fei was definitely a rare furnace. Who do you think you are? Bring it on. Gu Fei stopped and activated his martial Dao heavenly eye. The surrounding dark void couldn't obstruct his vision at all. In this place where he couldn't even see his fingers in front of him, he could still see hundreds of miles away. What an arrogant human! I will deal with you. An angry roar came from the depths of the darkness. Then, a black shadow rushed out from the depths of the darkness. It was a vile soul with a human form. A boundless amount of soul energy gushed out from this fellow, causing the entire dark void to tremble. The void seemed as though it was about to collapse. It was incomparably terrifying. An expert of the Tao of ghosts. The mystic Yin soul energy gushed out. Even Gu Fei felt a wave of coldness assaulting his body, causing him to involuntarily shiver. You are mine. That vile soul seemed to have a physical body. He stretched out his hand and directly grabbed at Gu Fei. The mystic Yin ghost palm instantly enveloped the entire space. Trying to play this move with me? Seeing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but laugh. After that, he slapped out with his right hand, causing a primal chaos palm to appear in the air, clashing with the mystic Yin ghost palm. Boom! The two supreme forces clashed together, causing a muffled explosion. The mystic Yin ghost palm was dissipated by Gu Fei's heaven-encompassing palm, while the primal chaos palm continued slapping towards the vile soul in the sky. What? The vile soul was taken aback. He hadn't expected the other party to be this strong. Due to a moment of carelessness, he ended up in a disadvantageous position. Gu Fei's heaven-encompassing palm wasn't something that could be blocked so easily. As the primal chaos palm slammed down, the vile soul was slapped down from the sky, almost breaking the mystic Yin ghost body of this vile soul. How could this be? Could you be a saint or something? The vile soul rushed up as his voice was extremely sharp. He couldn't believe that this human could actually suppress him. One should know that he was one of the three great figures of the dark ghost world. Saint. 2 strands of consciousness rang out from the depths of the darkness. The other 2 great figures were extremely shocked. I don't care who you are. Since you've barged into this place, you shall die all the same. The vile soul spat out fiercely. After that, an extremely powerful force of the Tao of ghosts burst forth from his body. The sound of metal clanging rang out as 18 black chains burst out from his body, coiling towards Gu Fei. Each of the chains contained a powerful, mystic ghost force. As long as one was coiled by these chains, even if one's mystiques and skills were unparalleled, one would still be captured. These 18 chains had a great background. Gu Fei retreated quickly. He could sense a dangerous aura from these 18 chains. Anything that could pose a threat to him could only be of the sage class or above. In other words, these 18 black chains were at least sage weapons. This human is going to be in trouble. To think that this fellow would bring out this item so quickly. Could this human really be that strong? In the depths of the darkness, the other 2 great figures whispered, "Sage weapon?" Gu Fei could already confirm that these 18 inconspicuous black chains should be a mystic saint weapon. It was a treasure that was refined by a ghost sage of the Ghost Tao. Ghost Tao saint weapons were the most mysterious of all saint weapons. This was because the Ghost Tao had always given off a mysterious feeling. The plentiful ghost palace of the soaring dragon ancestral star was such an existence. On the soaring dragon ancestral star, no one knew where the plentiful ghost palace was. Swoosh! At this moment, Gu Fei flipped his hands, and a godly sword appeared in his hands. A chilling sword chi spread out from the sick god sword. The temperature of the entire void plummeted under the impact of this sword chi. This is Chapter 2118. Swoosh! 18 black chains shot through the air, wrapping around Gu Fei. Every single one of the black chains had runes faintly discernible, and the power of the great path was condensing. At this time, Gu Fei flipped his right hand, and a divine sword appeared in his hand. He waved the divine sword in his hand and slashed at the black chains that were wrapping around him. Ding, 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 ding. The crisp sound of metal clashing rang out 18 times in a row. Then, a scene that even the leaders of the dark world found unbelievable appeared before their eyes. How is this possible? The leader of the dark world, who was fighting against Gu Fei, was shocked to the extreme. The 18 black chains that rushed out from his body were all cut apart by the divine sword in his opponent's hand. This is a saint instrument, and it was actually cut apart. The other 2 leaders of the dark world who were hiding in the depths of the darkness were also shocked to the extreme. Their opponent was actually holding a divine sword that could cut apart saint instruments. Could it be a legendary supreme divine instrument? One of the leaders of the dark world muttered to himself. These leaders of the dark world had lived for countless years. Even though they had lost their physical bodies, they were still very knowledgeable. Swoosh! After Gu Fei's sword cut through the 18 black chains, he took a step forward and pressed towards the ghostly figure in front of him. A chilling sword aura emanated from the divine sword in his hand. The leader of the dark world hurriedly retreated. The aura emanating from the divine sword made his heart palpitate, and he had no choice but to retreat. However, Gu Fei possessed the speed of 8 steps. He only took 3 steps to catch up to the ghostly figure, and he directly slashed at the ghostly figure. Roar! The ghostly figure roared in anger. As his hands moved, an endless amount of mysterious energy surged out. The space before him seemed to have turned into a piece of divine metal. However, the divine sword in Gu Fei's hand directly broke through the solidified space. The sword light fell in an instant, cutting the ghostly figure's waist into 2. What In the depths of the darkness, the two big shots of the dark ghost world were stupefied. To think that this human would be this strong. To think that he would be able to slay a ghost war emperor with his sword. This was something that had not happened for many years. The Ghost Battle Emperor was one of the three great figures of the dark ghost world. His cultivation and combat strength were extremely formidable, and he and the other two great dark figures respectively controlled the entire dark ghost world. I am immortal, the Ghost Battle Emperor sneered. However, his smile soon disappeared as the lower half of his mysterious Ghost Emperor battle body dissipated in the void. How could this be? The Ghost Battle Emperor shrieked. He was incomparably frightened because the upper half of his Ghost Emperor battle body was actually disappearing as well. This scared him out of his wits. The divine sword in your hand. It was only at this moment that the Ghost Battle Emperor came to a realization. The legendary sword in the other party's hands was incredible. To think that even the Ghost Emperor battle body that was known to be indestructible was crumbling. You found out too late. Gu Fei looked at the dissipating Ghost Battle Emperor and said indifferently, the divine sword in his right hand was the violet gold divine sword. Only the violet gold divine sword could cut through a divine weapon. Roar! I refuse to accept this. The Ghost Battle Emperor roared into the sky. After that, the upper half of his Ghost Emperor battle body dissipated in the void. His soul had been dispersed. No matter what kind of existence it was, after being struck by the Supreme God sword, the outcome would be the same. Death in both body and soul. There were no exceptions. Even if it was a sage, it would be the same. What? The Ghost Battle Emperor is dead. From the depths of the darkness, cries of disbelief rang out. This scene was too unbelievable. To think that this would be the outcome. The mighty Ghost Battle Emperor was dead. Even though the three big shots of the dark ghost world were usually competitors, all three of them wanted to unify the entire dark ghost world. However, when they saw the Ghost Battle Emperor, whose strength was similar to theirs, die in battle, the other two big shots of the dark ghost world could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. What kind of sword is that? To think that it could kill the Ghost Battle Emperor. One of the big shots of the dark ghost world mumbled to himself. Kill him. Another big shot hooted. The threat that this human posed to them seemed to be far scarier than they had imagined. To think that this human would have the ability to threaten their lives. The creatures of the dark ghost world were living beings. Even though they did not have a physical body, they were still a different kind of existence. Boom! Boom! With that, the entire dark heaven and earth began to tremble. After that, countless of powerful evil spirits rushed out from the depths of the dark ghost world. Forming a torrent, they rushed out at Gu Fei. A shocking killing intent burst forth. Among the countless evil spirits, there were many ancient race beings who had lost their physical bodies. An existence like this was extremely strong, with a torrential soul power. The moment Gu Fei saw this, he could not help but be taken aback. Come on! Wielding the purple gold god sword in his hands, Gu Fei instantly emanated a domineering aura from his body, causing the entire void to tremble. Streams of chaos chi coiled around his body. He was just like a chaos god who had walked out from the ancient times, looking down on the entire world with an invincible aura. No matter how strong you are, Wu Luin, you'll still have to die in the end. From the depths of the dark ghost world, a big shot of the dark ghost world roared out. Kill! There was no way out. The only way out was to kill his way out. Gu Fei did not hesitate. His eyes were filled with determination. Facing the countless ferocious spirits, he did not retreat, nor was he afraid. He raised his sword and charged forward. Buzz! The purple gold god sword let out a buzzing sound. Chilling sword chi swept out in all directions. With just one slash, countless evil spirits dissipated in the void. The pure soul power was devoured by the purple gold god sword. Gu Fei held the purple gold divine sword in his hand as he charged into the endless vile souls. With every slash, countless vile souls would disappear as streams of soul power gathered towards the purple gold divine sword. Roar! A ferocious soul in the shape of a white tiger roared and pounced at Gu Fei. The ferocious power shattered the space above Gu Fei's head. This was an ancient beast with the blood of the white tiger in its veins. Even though it had lost its physical body, its soul was extremely strong. Its pounce was earth-shattering. Swoosh! Gu Fei flew into the sky with his sword and split the huge tiger in half. The huge tiger dissipated and turned into two streams of soul power that entered the purple gold god sword. Croak! Just as Gu Fei was slashing the tiger, a huge bird that was covered in boundless divine fire descended from the sky. Its sharp claws grabbed at Gu Fei's head. This was the soul of a real divine phoenix. Once the divine phoenix appeared, countless evil spirits hid far away. They did not dare to come close. The dark void was illuminated by the divine fire. In the face of the extremely powerful divine phoenix's soul, Gu Fei still swung his sword. The divine phoenix that had set off monstrous divine flames was instantly killed and turned into a flame essence that was swallowed by the purple gold divine sword. How is this possible? Chapter 2119. Gu Fei brandished his sword and charged into the depths of the ghost realm. Everywhere he passed, countless evil spirits were slain by his sword. Even some members of the desolate era were the same. The powerful descendant of the white tiger, the true divine phoenix, were all slain by Gu Fei and turned into the purest soul power to nourish the purple gold divine sword. How is this possible? Could the sword in his hand really be a paragon divine weapon? In the depths of the darkness, the leaders of the dark underworld were extremely shocked. The battle prowess displayed by Gu Fei was too strong, especially the divine sword in his hand. It was practically invincible. Heavenly Ghost Lord, what are you waiting for? One of the leaders of the dark underworld shouted. Seeing that the endless evil spirits could not stop Gu Fei, he felt a great threat and had no choice but to join forces with his former opponent. Devil, you'd better pray for your own good. The other leader did not seem to buy it. The ghost demon did not expect the heavenly ghost lord to refuse to join forces to deal with the human. If that was the case, he, the ghost demon, would really be in danger. Wang. The sword hummed. The purple gold divine sword, which was constantly devouring soul power, began to show signs of awakening. A terrifying ripple that could make the heavens pale was emitted from the purple gold divine sword. It's the aura of a paragon. The divine sword in the human's hand is actually a paragon divine weapon. The ghost demon, who was hidden in the darkness, exclaimed. A paragon divine weapon was a legendary item. In the current world, it was impossible to see one. To think that it would appear in the hands of a human lad. No wonder this human lad dared to barge into the ghost realm. He had something to rely on. Kill. Everyone, charge and kill the human. The ghost demon continued to give orders. Terrifying ripples spread out from the depths of the ghost realm. Thousands of extremely powerful creatures of darkness rushed out. This was the strongest force under the ghost demon's command. These thousands of creatures of darkness were all from the desolate era. They were the descendants of the ancient divine beasts when they were alive. The dark creatures, formed by thousands of untainted land-lost clan, charged over together. Just their monstrous aura alone was enough to make a true sage's expression change. Unfortunately, the most powerful vile souls under Ghost Devil's command had encountered Gu Fei. The fate of these vile souls had long been decided. Supreme marks of the way appeared on the purple gold divine sword, and a supreme divine might emanated from the divine sword. The entire dark ghost realm seemed as though it was about to collapse under the pressure of this supreme divine might. It was extremely terrifying. Thousands of vile souls exploded under the pressure of this supreme aura, turning into the most primitive soul power and gathering towards the purple-gold divine sword. As for the purple-gold divine sword, after devouring the enormous amount of soul power, the sword soul actually gradually fell into a deep slumber. The supreme divine might retreated like the tide, quickly disappearing completely. Supreme artifact. At this moment, the two powerhouses of the dark ghost realm were incomparably frightened, and the ghost devil even fled immediately. However, at that moment, Gu Fei had already locked onto Devil's aura. He immediately used the 8 desolate steps to chase after him. "Human, don't force me to kill you," the ghost devil hooted. Although he was fleeing, he still spoke rudely, as though he really had a great killing weapon in his hands. "Haha, what a joke. If you could kill me, you would have done so long ago. You wouldn't have waited until now." Gu Fei laughed. His speed did not slow down at all. With his extreme speed of 8 steps, he was unrivaled under the heavens. He gradually caught up to the ghost devil, causing him to be both shocked and furious. "Die!" The ghost devil fled in front. Suddenly, he flipped his hand and threw a handful of black beads at Gu Fei. In this dark environment, these beads were completely inconspicuous. That is, Gu Fei activated his martial path heavenly eyes and couldn't help but be taken aback when he saw more than 10 black beads flying towards him. Each of these black beads had Tao patterns surging on them. Swish! He took a step forward and soared into the sky, instantly dodging the black beads. Rumble! Just as Gu Fei dodged the black beads, they suddenly exploded, turning the place where Gu Fei was originally into primal chaos. Lightning bead. Seeing this, Gu Fei's eyes involuntarily narrowed. The power of these lightning beads was incomparably strong. It could actually blast a part of the void into primal chaos, and even the primal chaos chi was blasted out. Swish! Gu Fei continued forward, but he was obstructed. The distance between him and the ghost devil increased by quite a bit. This ghost devil was incomparably crafty, and the devilish chi on his body was hard to conceal. This fellow should be an expert from the demons. After his death, his devil's soul didn't dissipate, and he transformed into a ghost devil. Very soon, Gu Fei chased after him again. However, the ghost devil used the same trick again and threw out another handful of lightning beads. The might of these lightning beads was incomparably strong. Even Gu Fei had no choice but to retreat. After being obstructed for a while, the distance between them increased once more. This is preposterous. Gu Fei continued his pursuit. He couldn't let this ghost devil go. It had to be known that this ghost devil had devilish chi on him. Demons were the mortal enemies of the human race. If he let him escape, it would be a great calamity. You can't escape. With every step Gu Fei took, Tao runes appeared beneath his feet. In just a moment, the distance between the two had decreased by quite a bit. How can this fellow's movement art be so fast? Ghost Devil was startled to see Gu Fei chasing after him again. His opponent's movement art was too fast. It wouldn't be easy for him to escape. This tenebrous ghost world seemed to be an endless world. Gu Fei and Ghost Devil had already chased for tens of thousands of miles, but there was still no end in sight. Rumble! Ghost Devil raised his hand and threw out another handful of lightning beads, forcing Gu Fei to retreat. Let's see how many lightning beads you have. Gu Fei chased after him. Ghost Devil was feeling anxious in his heart. The other party had no intentions of letting him off. What should he do now? That human had a supreme weapon that could threaten him. If he were to be struck by a supreme weapon, his body and spirit would definitely be destroyed. That Ghost Battle Emperor was the best example. Heavenly Ghost Lord, hurry up and help me, Ghost Devil yelled. He wanted to drag Heavenly Ghost Lord down with him and deal with Gu Fei together. However, Heavenly Ghost Lord did not reply at all. No one knew if he would help out or not. Heavenly Ghost Lord was someone who could keep his composure. One had to know that his own life was the most important. If he were to head out to help Ghost Devil, nothing good would come out of it. One had to know that this human had a legendary sword that could slay all Een spirits and ghosts. Heavenly Ghost Lord, you old fogey, do you think that you'll be fine after I die? After this human kills me, he's going to make a move on you. Ghost Devil yelled out with a stern expression. Humph, to think that I'd still have to drag someone down with me when I'm about to die. Chapter 2120. Devil, one of the 3 tycoons of the dark ghost realm, had never imagined that he would be in such a sorry state. He was actually being chased by a human to the point where there was no escape. Rumble! Every time Goofy caught up, Devil would raise his hand and throw a handful of Een lightning beads behind him to block Goofy and widen the distance between them once again. Let's see how many more Een lightning beads you have. Goofy was also determined to kill Devil, so he relentlessly chased after him. His divine sense had already locked onto Devil. No matter where he ran, he wouldn't be able to escape. Heavenly Ghost Sovereign, you old ghost, if you still don't make a move, we're all finished. Devil shouted as he fled. The other tycoon of the dark ghost realm, Heavenly Ghost Sovereign, had already disappeared. No matter how Devil cursed, Heavenly Ghost Sovereign didn't care. Ghost Battle Emperor had been killed by Goofy, and the countless vile souls under Devil's command had been slain by Goofy's violet gold divine sword. Only Devil was left alone. At this time, the strongest power in the dark ghost realm was Heavenly Ghost Sovereign. As long as Goofy killed Devil, Heavenly Ghost Sovereign would be the #1 person in the dark ghost realm. I need a manager for this ghost realm, Goofy indifferently said. He could sense an extremely obscure divine sense spying on him. Clearly, Heavenly Ghost Sovereign wasn't someone easy to deal with. Devil was startled, then he said, I can also help you manage this dark ghost realm. You, Goofy said. That's right. As long as you don't kill me, I'm willing to serve you as my master. Devil hastily said. Right now, he only wanted to live. As long as he could live, he was willing to become Goofy's slave. What a pity! Goofy shook his head. What's there to pity? Devil felt that something was wrong. It's a pity that you're Devil. Goofy said. As he spoke, he did not slow down at all. The distance between him and Devil had shortened once again. As long as he caught up to Devil, he would only need to swing his sword and Devil would become history in the dark ghost plane. You, Ghost Demon, was both shocked and angry. He was a demon's. His devil soul was not extinguished after he fell, so he had no choice but to cultivate ghost Tao techniques and become a ghost emperor. However, in the end, he was still a devil, and his devil soul had a devilish nature. No matter how hard he tried, no matter how strong his cultivation was, it was difficult for him to refine it. The human race and the demons were originally great enemies, so there was nothing much to say. They could only fight to the death. Just when Goofy caught up to Ghost Demon once again, a violet light appeared between his eyebrows. An extremely sharp ripple of sword chi emerged from the center of his eyebrows. Damn it! Devil sensed the cold sword chi fluctuations behind him and couldn't help being alarmed. He hastily took out an Een lightning bead and was about to throw it behind him. However, at this moment, a pitch-black hand appeared silently in front of Devil Demon, completely sealing off the space in front of him. Heavenly Ghost Lord, you old ghost. Ghost Demon's shock was no small matter. In the dark ghost world, only Heavenly Ghost Sovereign had such powerful cultivation and dared to attack him. He never expected that Heavenly Ghost Lord would attack him at this time. Very well. Goofy nodded to himself. This Heavenly Ghost Lord was indeed a decisive cultivator. He actually made a move. This Heavenly Ghost Lord knew how to adapt to the situation. Virum. With a sword hum, a violet sword light rushed out from between Goofy's eyebrows. The power of his primordial spirit turned into a divine sword of the great path, slashing at Devil Demon in front of him. Swoosh! At the same time, Ghost Demon raised his hands and threw out 2 balls of Een lightning beads. One was thrown at Gu Fei, and the other was thrown at the black hand that was coming at him. Rumble! Dozens of Een lightning beads exploded at the same time. The sound of thunder shook the sky, and the power of destruction spread out. The void was collapsing and being annihilated. It was extremely terrifying. However, Gu Fei's primordial spirit sword rushed out of the chaos that had been blasted by the Een lightning beads and continued to slash at Devil Demon. At the same time, Gu Fei's figure rushed out of the chaos. There was an illusion of a great cauldron on his body. It was the cauldron of mountains and rivers. Gu Fei used the power of the cauldron of mountains and rivers to protect himself, directly ignoring the Een lightning beads. This sudden change scared Devil Demon out of his wits. But Heavenly Ghost Lord, who was opposite Devil Demon, did not have it as easy as Gu Fei. The mysterious Een hand was destroyed in the void by the Een lightning beads. Devil Demon wanted to break out of the encirclement of Gu Fei and Heavenly Ghost Lord, so he had to fight with all his might. However, the speed of Gu Fei's primordial spirit sword was beyond Devil Demon's imagination. The primordial spirit sword instantly slashed at Devil Demon and cut his Ghost Emperor physique into 2. At this time, Devil Demon could not care less. He directly used a great technique of the Ghost Tao. His entire ghostly body was emitting black light as he burned his soul. The upper half of Devil Demon's ghostly body broke through the void and wanted to escape into the chaos. Just as he was about to charge into the chaos, a divine sword suddenly pierced him from the side, nailing his ghostly upper body to the void with a single strike. Roar! Devil Demon roared angrily at the sky. His face was filled with indignation. However, he was powerless to reverse the situation at this time. The purple gold divine sword emitted a chilling sword chi. Under the impact of this sword chi, the upper half of Devil Demon's ghostly body dissipated. Streams of pure soul power rushed out of his body and were devoured by the purple gold divine sword. No! Devil Demon, who was nailed to the void by the purple gold divine sword, was terrified to the extreme. He wanted to break free, but he discovered that the divine sword seemed to have a great suction force that firmly sucked him to the divine sword. Gu Fei did not hesitate. He directly shook the purple gold divine sword in his hand. Then Devil Demon, who was nailed to the tip of the sword, exploded. The streams of soul power were all devoured by the purple gold divine sword. Devil Demon, one of the 3 major figures of the dark ghost world, had once ruled over countless dark creatures. However, in the end, he had suffered a tragic fate of having his body and soul destroyed. Just as Gu Fei killed Devil Demon, a figure walked out from the void that had been blasted into chaos by the Een Thunder Bead. Heavenly Ghost Lord. Gu Fei looked at the person in front of him calmly. It was a middle-aged man with endless death aura condensed on his body. In the dark ghost world, very few people had a physical body. This Heavenly Ghost Lord was an exception. The person who walked out of the chaos aura was actually a middle-aged man. This made Gu Fei feel somewhat incredulous. However, he could quickly see that this was an indestructible body.